السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته، ومرحبا بكم في هذا اللقاء الذي سيتحدث أو يشمل الرؤية المستقبلية لتحليل الأغذية في المنطقة العربية. يسعدني أن ألتقي بكم من دبي، من بلدية دبي، من المختبر المركزي لبلدية دبي التي تحتضن هذا الملتقى الفريد من نوعه، والذي تنظمه الجمعية العالمية لعلوم أنظمة الأغذية، الاتحاد العالمي لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية الأيوفاست، بالشراكة مع بلدية دبي. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to this special event organized to have or to develop a vision for food laboratory testing in the Arab region that is being hosted by the Dubai municipality. We are pleased to be here at the Dubai Central Laboratory in Dubai in the UAE and to have this event with you. This event is co-organized by the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force, in collaboration with the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IOFAST. We have, of course, the privilege to enjoy the partnership of the Dubai municipality as the host and one of the co-organizers. This event will look at the future vision of structuring food laboratory testing in the region with an objective. The objective is to establish an Arab section for AOAC International. And I'm sure that many of you know AOAC International, but we will have the opportunity to introduce that later on. Before we start this event, and in order to give it its inaugural departure, we have the privilege to have with us Engineer Abdurrahman Mohammed Al Ali, who is the director of the Dubai General Laboratory. And Engineer Abdurrahman has agreed to officially open the event. Thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours. Thank
you. Okay. First of all, I would like to welcome all here and on the other side, the people who are attending this seminar. Okay, regarding the opportunity we got it from G-Force, we are really welcome for these opportunities, and inshallah I will see the fruitful of this project soon in Dubai, and it will be inshallah in the premises of Dubai Central Lab, the Dubai Central Lab at Dubai Municipality. So you are all welcome, and inshallah our team in Dubai Central Lab are ready to cooperate with the G-Force with all the need they needed from us, and I hope that they will spend a wonderful day today with the all other agenda which is already assigned for today. Thank you to all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abdurrahman. And again, for those of you who are joining us live through the webinar, you see that we enjoy the participation of a number of colleagues from the Dubai Central Laboratory, but we also have the opportunity to have with us a number of representatives of food and feed testing laboratories across the Arab region. We have planned this event to be mainly a technical discussion event. So essentially the agenda is very much fluid, but we still need to have an agenda. And please allow me first to share with you the program or the way we're going to go through technical discussion. We planned, in fact, the discussion to last up to 4 hours. But if we finished our discussion and we reached some conclusions before that, then of course we can close the event before that. But we allotted the time, in fact, needed for these deliberations. We will start, first of all, by giving you a quick overview about the Global Food Regulatory Science Society and essentially what we stand for as an organization. Then, if you allow me, I will give a short presentation where I will attempt to introduce the situation of food laboratory testing in the Arab region and share with you some best practices, particularly using the European example for structuring food and feed laboratory testing in order to use it as a potential opportunity to drive further structure of food and feed testing in the Arab region. Then we will open the way to the discussion about the creation of AOAC International. The main objective, of course, of this meeting is to allow a dialogue and to allow a dialogue with the various representatives of food and feed laboratory testing in the Arab region. So we will be going through the Arab region, starting by our hosts here from the Dubai municipality, who will be giving us an overview about their activities, and perhaps they can share with us also their insights as to what they wish to accomplish or what are the challenges that could be addressed as a result of the creation of an Arab section of AOAC International. And then we will go through the various representatives from the, and we will give you the floor one by one. Now, this is a very informal meeting. So essentially, we did not plan simultaneous translation. However, please feel free to use the language of choice. So of course, the official language of the region being Arabic. So please feel free to use Arabic. English, of course, is the international science language. So again, feel free to do so. But if some of you wish to use French, we will be able to offer translation on a consecutive manner, not in a simultaneous manner. So feel free, however, to express yourself in French for colleagues from North Africa in particular. So without further ado, I'm going to start essentially with a short presentation on the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. And I'm going to ask my colleagues here in the room to share the presentation with you. It will be a short one. I'm not going to take too much time on this one, hopefully. I might take a little bit more on the presentation related to the food and feed testing in the region. So this is really to allow those of you who may not have had the opportunity to know what G4 stands for, what the organization is, how it was created, and what it is aiming for. So the Global Food Regulatory Science Society is a non-for-profit organization that was created in Quebec, in the Confederation of Canada. It was incorporated according to the Non-for-Profit Corporations Act in Canada, and it was created officially in December of 2020. So it is a relatively young organization. However, I'm proud to say that the idea for the creation of this organization came about in Dubai in November of 2019, essentially on the margin of the Dubai International Food Safety Conference. We have brought together a number of regulators, scientists, that discussed the fact that we did not have a home for the disciplines that we call food regulatory science. And it is as a result of this that we came up with the idea to create the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. It took us a year to move the idea to implementation. And essentially, from November 2019 to December 2020, we incorporated the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. The founding members are from various parts of the world with a strong representation from the Arab region, but we enjoy to have the the honorary presidents of Professor Jianqi Chen, who is a senior food safety researcher, official. In fact, he's the senior advisor to the China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. And I would say the architect of modern food safety in China and a member of the National Academies of Science in the People's Republic of China. We have also members that contributed to founding G-Force from Europe, the Republic of Ireland, from India, as well as from North Africa, the Middle East, South America, and Australia and New Zealand. So we try to have a representation from around the world. Now, our objectives. Our objectives is really to promote food regulatory science, but again, to consider food regulatory science as a component of food science. And you wouldn't be surprised to identify that, in fact, as a result, G-Force applied to the International Union of Food Science and Technology to be a disciplinary organization devoted to the area of food regulatory science. Now, I'm sure that you know IOFOST for the most part. IOFOST is in fact the global voice of food science and technology. It is in fact the only representative for the discipline of food science and technology that is elected into the International Science Council, which is a UN body, by its interdisciplinary peers. G-Force's objectives are essentially to promote the generation and the dissemination of knowledge and competencies related to food regulatory sciences. Now you're going to ask me, what are food regulatory sciences? It's all the scientific disciplines that underpin food regulatory decisions. So that goes from laboratory activities, because essentially without having experimental science, without having data, without having laboratories, we are not able to make robust decisions that are informed, in fact, by a scientific evaluation. So all the scientific disciplines that underpin food regulatory decisions, including food risk analysis, but also including social sciences related to the examination of impacts of food regulations, economic impact assessments, and so on, those are all encompassed in the disciplines that we are aiming to promote. Now, I'm not going to say more about the organization. I will invite you to visit our website. It's simple. It's gforce.org. You will find all the information about the organization, what we are aiming for, who are our founding members, but also all the governance structure of the organization. I would like to mention that membership into the organization is free of charge. So essentially, all you have to do is to apply. And if you are accepted by the board, and with a demonstration, of course, of work in this particular area, you can become a member of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. So that's essentially a brief overview of G-Force. And with that, I'm going to be now switching to the discussion of the food laboratory activities. Okay, in this upcoming segment, what I will attempt to do is essentially to share with you a presentation that will allow to pave the way to the discussion about the creation of an Arab section for AOAC International. And in this, what I will attempt to do first is to review the opportunities to structure food and feed testing in the Arab region, and perhaps reviewing with you this notion of reference laboratories that is applied in the European Union as an example. We're going to look at some of the drivers of change of food and feed testing in the Arab region, which we hope will be further informed, in fact, by the discussions that we will have today. And from there, we will discuss the opportunity of establishing an Arab section for AOAC International. So essentially a section that devoted to the Arab region. We will also discuss potentially other opportunities, in particular, opportunities of creation of reference laboratories in partnership with stakeholders in the region. Now, I'm sure that I'm preaching to the converted here when I say that if we want to have robust food regulatory decisions, you need to have these decisions based on science, on scientific evidence, and part of that scientific evidence is provided by laboratory results. And in order to be able to trust the decision, we need to be able to trust the findings of the laboratory results. So being able to have trustworthy and reliable data is a prerequisite to robust decisions. And we know that, in fact, for food regulators, they need to rely on laboratory operations. And there are several models. Either the laboratory is their own laboratory, or it can be a partner laboratory or a contract laboratory. But in a lot of instances, when you have several actors that contribute in providing data results, whether it be from the public sector or from the private sector, there is a need to have some kind of a structure at the regional level, but even at the national level. And here I'm using the example from the European Union and essentially the regulation of 2017, which essentially put the requirements of food and feed testing in a regulation. So they anchor them in regulation, and they've identified certain criteria for a laboratory to be acting within the context of a food competent authority. So essentially, you see that they say, the regulations say that the laboratory should possess the expertise, the equipment, the infrastructure, and the staff to carry out the tasks, and of course, aiming for the highest standards. And with the multiplication of food and feed safety challenges, there is no possibility for one single lab to be able to address everything. There is a need essentially for work together. And this is coming from the fact that, well, there's always emerging issues. There's always new hazards. Therefore, there is a need to develop new methods in order to address, for example, these new hazards. Multiple matrices, foods are not simple matrices to analyze. They are complex matrices to analyze. So being able to have collaboration, information exchange, the creation of networks is essentially a need. It's a necessity. It's not a luxury. And this is essentially what drives the possibility or the requirement to structure food and feed laboratory testing in a given region. First of all, the laboratories themselves, in order to be able to be recognized, for the most part, they need accreditation. And accreditation, particularly against 17025, require an enabling environment. To be able to be an accredited lab, you need to access trusted methodologies. You need to showcase your expertise in providing the results. You need to be part of proficiency testing programs. You need to access reference materials. And all of this is not easy to obtain from a single entity. So essentially, structuring the network of laboratories is again a need in order to enable a good performance of food and feed testing. And this is in fact a direction that, again, using the European example, giving us a raison d'être or a reason for the creation of reference laboratories. Basically, the idea is that, well, single labs cannot perform alone very well. You need to structure them and create reference laboratories. And basically, the European Union advocated for the creation of official laboratories at the national level, but also at the regional level. There is a particular structure, essentially, that was made with the objective, of course, to support better access to new technologies, supporting better reliability of the testing results and testing operations. And the structure that we saw, and that has been, in fact, experienced, so it's a long experience since the 1970s, resulted, in fact, in the creation of a network of laboratories made of national reference labs and of European reference labs. And again, I guess the European example, of course, was successful because it was supported by a legislative and regulatory anchor. So there was really a foundation for that. And this is an example of a structure, essentially, of these networks. So if you have for a given theme, so for a specialized area of testing, you would have a European reference lab that is identified and that is in fact appointed by European jurisdictions. And then this European reference lab will be functioning with a network of member states' reference labs. In that theme, you have a national reference lab, and then you will have other official laboratories operating in that particular country. So this is the type of network that we ended up with. A European reference lab on genetically modified organisms, on food contact materials, on pesticides. So the various food hazards, each of them really with an appointed reference laboratory. Now, we did a study, and I had the privilege, in fact, to publish the study in 2020, looked at the state of food and feed testing in the Arab region, and exploring what needs to be done in order to enhance the performance, in order to capacity. Published, in fact, this report in one of the peer-reviewed journals. Now, in order to conduct this, we actually conducted a survey that was facilitated by colleagues from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. By the way, this was part of a capacity building program that was implemented by UNIDO and supported by the Swedish International Development Agency. What we did there is we looked at Arab accreditation bodies, food competent authorities, various stakeholders, partners, laboratories, and we tried to have information on the basis of a self-assessment as to the food and feed testing capacity in the Arab region. What are the gaps and what are the future areas of investments that need to be looked at? And what we hope to do is that today, with your discussions, we will update the information that is included here. So I'm going to share with you very quickly the outcomes of this survey. So we got a good level of response. About 12 Arab countries participated in the survey, and most of the institutions that responded indicated, in fact, that they were operating under an existing food legal or standards framework, and there was also enough accreditation laws or requirements that helped their operation. We also asked the laboratories or the respondents, do we have sufficient testing capacity? And the answer was yes, there is sufficient testing capacity. The problem is the structure of this capacity, the performance of this capacity that needs to be further enhanced. Now, some of the challenges, for example, that were identified is access to accreditation. So the ability for the lab to reach accreditation and having the enabling environment for that. Access to reliable results. Competent analysts, so essentially training and having the human resources that will allow to have the right performance in a laboratory, and also access to reference materials. So those are some of the challenges that were identified. And I guess later on in the discussion, what we would like to hear from you is, are these still the same challenges? Was there progress? And what do we need to do to address these challenges in the coming period? We looked at the coverage of analysis, and we found that there was enough coverage for the various hazards, but some areas like emerging issues like radionuclides, for example, were not necessarily covered by existing methodologies and required further investments. Other areas, for example, emerging natural toxins are not covered necessarily by existing methodologies and applications in the laboratories. Access to equipment and to particularly hyphenated technologies using liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, tandem mass spectrometry techniques, not necessarily available to everybody, both from an equipment standpoint, but also from a training standpoint. So those were challenges that were identified in the Arab region. Also, the efforts of standardization. Standardization that was mentioned, and being able to access reference labs, being able to access what is considered to be a suitable analytical method or an official analytical method. So essentially, harmonization. So these challenges actually persist. They're saying that there is no voice, or is it okay is it okay? Okay, excellent. So basically now we're going to be looking at opportunities. What can we do in order to address this? Well, one of the things that we can do is we can use something that other countries have used in the past. And I'm sure that you all have heard about AOAC International. We will be joined later on by the leadership team of AOAC International. Now, of course, they will join us when it's more decent time in the United States, because right now they are sleeping. So it's too early in the United States. So they might be joining 1 hour before the end of this event. And you will hear more directly from the president of AOAC International, from the executive director of AOAC International and the senior leadership team, essentially an introduction about the organization, what the organization has been doing around the world. But what we are trying to do now is, how can we bring the organization more into the Arab region? How can we have a stronger presence of AOAC International and a stronger benefit from AOAC International, which is a 120 years old organization that served the food analytical community for that long. So how could we benefit from that in this region? So this is essentially what we are embarking on doing, is by creating a section of AOAC International that includes all countries of the Arab League. So essentially going from Mauritania all the way to Oman, and without also forgetting the other Arab countries that are in the Indian Ocean. So essentially the Comoros Island, for example, that are also member of the League of Arab States. So essentially all countries of the League of Arab States. The idea is to create this Arab section of AOAC International. We have received actually a strong support from a number of organizations right now, and I'm citing some of them right now, going from Jordan, Qatar, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Libya. I should have put Dubai first there, because we are in Dubai here and we are hosted in Dubai, and there is a strong support and a strong leadership from the Dubai municipality and the Dubai government in order to drive this agenda forward. But I'm hoping that some of our colleagues that are from these organizations will be here today and will be speaking to us about what they think we can do in the future. So what we would like to do for the upcoming period, so sorry, it's going very fast here. I think it's not responding with it's taking a little delay. Okay. So what we are trying to do right now is really to maintain the momentum that was created basically for the last year, and to work at completing the membership that we need in order to have Sorry, we have an echo in the room, so I'm just trying to make sure that we don't have it. Maintaining the momentum in order to move with the creation of this section. Perhaps you are asking yourself, what are the requirements to create a section in a given region? The first requirement is that we need to have enough membership from the region and enough membership in AOAC International. So through our platform of food risk analysis in Université Laval in Quebec, Canada, and our Institute of Nutrition and Functional Food, we have funded the membership of 50 scientists from the Arab region to have a membership for a period of 3 years in AOAC International, such that we fulfill the requirement to create a section. As it stands right now, in AOAC International, there's about 18 members that are currently from the Arab region. So we will supplement them by 50 more. 50 is the minimum number, so therefore we will have hit the threshold, and hopefully with that, we will be creating the section. Of course, the creation of the section needs to be approval from the board of directors, and we are hopeful to complete all the requirements for the creation of the section by March of 2022. And as a result, we hope to announce the creation of the section upon the approval of the board of directors of AOAC International. This is what I wanted to share with you at this point about the situation in the Arab region and essentially future directions to address some of the challenges and what AOAC International can do for us. So what I would like now to do is basically now to turn the dialogue to colleagues here and who have joined us through the webinar. We would like essentially to have a better knowledge and understanding of the capacity of food testing in the region. We would like you also to share with us, first of all, a general idea about the challenges, but then after that, we will structure the discussion in some themes. Themes related to methods, themes related to equipment and capacity, themes related to competencies, and themes related to the enabling environment, like reference material, like training, like capacity building, like proficiency testing, and so on. And from there, what we hope to come up with is perhaps a set of priorities. What should we work on first? Because there's so much that we need to do and we must do, but are there priorities that we need to identify for the first year or for the first couple of years upon the creation of AOAC International Arab section? So that's what we will try to do. So perhaps before I go to the second segment, the floor to you, I'm going to go online and see if there are any questions. My colleagues are monitoring the chat forum. If there is any one of you who wants to intervene right away from a general comment standpoint, please feel free to do so or to raise your hand, and we'll give you the floor. Are there any comments, immediate comments from here, from the room, by any chance?
Can you just give us more about the reference laboratories in Europe? Like there are several laboratories and the relationships between them, like the EU reference lab and their relation and its relation with the other labs, because we could do something similar here in the region, or even to start with at UAE level, because we have lots of, many laboratories here doing the same thing. So maybe better to have one laboratory concentrating on one item, or like say GMO laboratory in say in Dubai, another laboratory in Abu Dhabi, and so on and so forth.
Bashir, so again, the structure of reference laboratories is an official structure in the European Union. It is anchored, in fact, in regulations. So essentially, there is a clear definition of what a reference lab at the European level should be, and what even a reference lab at the national level should be. Criteria are set for the expertise that is needed, the level of performance that is required from that lab. Now, when a lab is appointed, so it happens by appointment. So essentially, this comes from the European executive level, from the European Commission. a laboratory may be appointed to be a reference lab in a particular topic. So you cannot be a reference lab for everything. The idea is that, for example, you are a reference lab in genetically modified organism testing or in residue testing. So in residues, for example, of pesticides or residues of veterinary drugs, okay? So it's a particular competency, and that lab is meant to serve as a center of expertise in that field. Center of expertise providing guidance on methodologies, providing guidance or on what could be official methods that could be adopted for regulatory testing, providing guidance on the development and availability of reference material, managing certain activities, for example, round-robin tests or managing, for example, proficiency testing programs and so on. Training also that is given. So essentially, the reference lab becomes that center of expertise. The reference lab also at the European level acts as a, if you will, as a steering entity for a number of national laboratories and networks of laboratories in that particular topic. So essentially, the reference lab at the regional level, at the EU level, would be managing a structure or a network of national reference laboratories that are appointed at the national level, okay? And again, the idea is exchange of information, exchange of data, sharing of competencies, sharing even of work in certain areas. So essentially, there are some projects that are implemented together. And of course, the National Reference Lab administers by itself a network of official laboratories within the country. So you see that the reference lab is practically a network manager in a given area of expertise. Now, of course, to move there, as we say, Rome was not built in a day. It took really a number of years. And I shared with you that this experience started in the 1970s. So over 50 years of work in this area. It took really organization development, but it took also some executive decisions and some legislative decisions. So this was anchored in the European legislative framework for food. So in the food legal system at the European level, we have a clear definition of how the structure will operate, the relationship between them. All this is defined in rules and in legal texts. Now, if we want to do the extrapolation to our region, to the Arab region, whether be it in fact across the Arab region, in a sub-region, like for example, countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, or even in a given country, things can start with the creation of networks. And essentially with some entities willing and able to take a leadership role in a particular area of expertise and supporting essentially the development of food laboratory science in that given area. And in fact, again, the environment of AOAC International and the Arab section could potentially serve in that regard. And it might be also a decision at a national level to create a reference lab and then to grow that experience until such time that essentially there is the legal discussion that can happen. So there are several ways of doing it. It can happen from top down, but it can also happen from bottom up. The best way is when the two directions start and they meet in the middle. Because then, when you start top down, sometimes the decision is made and it takes a long time for this to be implemented. When you do things from bottom up, it takes, even though you build things, but if you don't have the senior leadership support, it may be a challenge. So making it with the two directions can be a way forward, at least for the Arab region. Yes, Engineer Abdulrahman, please. We're going to give the microphone.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Samuel, and comprehensive presentation and the information you gave it to us. I have clarification about the idea of our collaboration now. You said that we will put the criteria and priorities for the collaboration, but still it is not clear for me what points we can collaborate. Collaboration can be built up between Dubai municipalities and G4. Okay, based on that one, after that we can say, okay, this is the priority for us, this is the other one, second priority. As well, we can add after that some extra requirement which we see it is not in the list which you provided to us, so we can add it also from our side what we need as a collaboration between both of us to build it up, because this collaboration will not be only for DCL. We have to put in our mind also it will be for other parties like our control departments in Dubai municipality and other control departments in UAE. As well, it will be beneficial for our federal department also. We can raise it up to them if we have anything new, so we can take their also their ideas about our idea, which we will raise it to them. So as I said, still not clear for me which points G4S can give it to us now, so we can give the priority for it.
Engineer Abdulrahman for the question, and I guess here I think we are making, I would say, the junction or linking things together between what we're trying to achieve at the regional level. So essentially with the creation of AOAC International Arab section, which is really something that aimed at membership, at supporting the expertise and supporting the capacities in the region, and the possibility of creating a collaboration, an ongoing collaboration between the Global Food Regulatory Science Society and the Dubai municipality, and particularly with the anchor of the Dubai Central Laboratory for a center of excellence in food laboratory science as part of food regulatory science. So if you allow me, in fact, I'm going to maybe connect this together with a short presentation, some of which I think I had the privilege to introduce to you previously. So I'm sorry if it's maybe redundant a little bit about that. I'm just going to attempt to share this. So the idea is, in fact, here to develop a collaborative initiative with the creation of a center of excellence in collaboration between the Dubai municipality and the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, but with also the partnership of private partners. So the idea is to build a public-private partnership. The public-private partnership will involve technology providers, mainly in the area of food analysis, food and feed analysis, that will support us with the availability of the most recent techniques, instrumentation, consumables, etc. The idea also is to use the Dubai Central Laboratory as a focal point for the establishment of this hub of knowledge, of application development, and for the availability of the enabling environment. So essentially what I said, what we are lacking, we lack training, we lack competencies. So the hub could serve for training development, for capacity building projects. We lack reference material, we lack proficiency testing programs. We could essentially work together towards addressing some priorities for certain areas depending on the needs of the region. It may be in pesticides, it may be in natural toxins, it may be in heavy metals. We could also work together to support harmonization of methodology, standardization of methods. We could create a database of that will report on performance of analytical methods that is accessible to all. And of course, there is the aspect of technology demonstration. So essentially making available technologies from various providers and making sure that these technologies are accessible to colleagues from around the region. So they could come to Dubai, they could try the technologies, they could develop the applications, and that can make essentially, or can make a contribution towards knowledge dissemination. So essentially, by going back, they would be using the applications that they will have developed. They could be training other colleagues in their own jurisdictions. So we have, in fact, looked at 4 pillars of development, 3 of which are really focused on knowledge development and knowledge dissemination. So really having a state-of-the-art technology demonstration center. This will require the private support. So we will need to have the technology providers supporting us. And we are building that on existing models. In fact, G-Force has already enjoys the collaboration right now, both G-Force and the platform of food risk analysis that I have the privilege to represent here from Laval University. We have, for example, a collaboration with the Waters Corporation, where essentially the Waters Corporation has agreed to put at the disposal of our work equipment for free in order to be used for training, for application development, and so on. So the idea is that multiply this example and we can leverage it. So state-of-the-art technology demonstration, capacity building is a key element here. So training programs. And in fact, in the discussions that we have had, what we would like to do is to pilot mechanisms of capacity building that can start from existing initiatives. So currently, and this is a part of the proposals that we will hear, we have had the opportunity to contribute to the training of a number of scientists from the African region in certain food analytical applications, but the training happened online because we could not do it during the COVID-19 period. We are moving now to a hands-on training. There is a possibility to conduct that training here in Dubai in collaboration with the Dubai Central Laboratory, because we have equipment also being available thanks to the contribution of the Waters Corporation as well, that could be potentially put into application for this particular training. This could serve as a pilot for these training initiatives. Of course, we will have to work at making available funding for this. And I have to acknowledge really the funding that we received from to support us in this area. The training that I'm mentioning has been supported by the US Department of Agriculture. So the United States Department of Agriculture, Foreign Agriculture Service, in collaboration with the US Agency for International Development. So this could be an example, but we can also access other sources of funding that would allow us to develop these capacity building programs. So these are some of the examples that we could do. And I would not want to forget that the center could also serve for conducting some research projects, some data collection that could basically create the foundation of the scientific evidence that regulators need in the Arab region to support decision-making, including, in fact, UAE regulators. So essentially starting to generate the data and make sure that the data is used. So those are some elements that what we hope to accomplish in collaboration with the Dubai municipality would lead us to. And this could be an example that can be built upon, because it could be a leadership example around the world, hopefully. Okay, so the training can be done in different ways. Question, and I know colleagues maybe around on the webinar did not hear the question of Engineer Abdulrahman. So essentially, how will the training be done? Will it be done from the staff in the Dubai municipality to the staff of the Dubai municipality, etc.? We will work together, in fact, at identifying the competencies that are available to conduct the training. So several models. For this particular training that I'm mentioning, we have identified instructors. So we have instructors, so experts that we have hired and that will be coming in order to deliver this particular training. The training can be used, of course, by the trainees that we have identified, but it can be open as well to colleagues from the Dubai municipality based on the priorities that are there. There is a possibility as well that the expertise that is available in the Dubai municipality could be leveraged to deliver training, because you have expertise here, potentially draw upon in order to deliver training to other colleagues from other parts of the world.
Okay, thank you for your this one clarifications, explanations. But I want just to be clear that Dubai Central Lab now under the process of getting the approval from the Ministry of Education as a training center in collaboration with the Dubai Municipality Training Center as an academy will be soon, inshallah. The paper and everything under process. So already Dubai Central Lab will be approved as a academy instead of also only as a lab, only for giving the certification for the trainer, like what they call this one اللي هي الشهادة المهنية, occupational certificate for all the graduate from the university. It will be main part of their graduation that they need to get if they will be in the labs. They will get like a certification graduation in the laboratory or as a chemist. They have to get the training from Dubai Central Lab and get this certificate as a part of their graduations. So this is already, we started now in collaboration with the UAE University, and they already accept this idea. That's why we go to be approved as an academy.
For that, because essentially this also could be a big enabler for future use in delivering the training. Having the training certified by an academic institution is also a key driver for the success of these initiatives.
Yes, thank you, Sam. I have a question. As you know, we have a lot of data based on the result of food testing, but do you think that we need the food consumption data to be as one of the important input for setting up the priorities?
Your finger on a very key element. Without consumption data, we are not able to conduct risk assessments. So this is a complementary element to laboratory results. So, and that's why, in fact, as a global food regulatory science society, we advocate not only for the availability of data through labs, so there is the lab component, but there needs to be a parallel component related to the other aspects of food regulatory science, and particularly that supports the exposure assessment. So having food consumption information at the national level, at the regional level, to be able to support us in getting the right risk assessment. So this is also another priority, but I would say in parallel, because it's lab related. It's essentially the non-lab related part, but we will need definitely investments in that direction. So are there any questions? Two hands raised. So we'll give the floor to our colleagues.
Ms. Zohra Barish, if you would like to speak.
Ms. Zohra, if you would like to intervene. Okay, Ms. Bahia, perhaps.
Ms. Bahia, Bahia Beraha? Sure.
If you can repeat your intervention, please. Okay, we seem to be having technical difficulties with colleagues intervening, so apologies for that. If this is fixed later on, yeah, perhaps actually, if you can put your comments in the chat box, and we will read them to colleagues here in the room and also colleagues participating. So now, actually, I would like to turn to the second part of this event, and basically really giving the floor now to the various institutions representing the expertise in food laboratory testing across the region. And we're going to start by our hosts here in the Dubai municipality. I believe that colleagues have prepared the presentation on the activities of food laboratory testing. And also they will share with us their insights as to challenges and what they hope to achieve through AOAC International Arab section. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone here in Dubai timing. So yeah, my name is Al Anoud from Dubai Central Laboratories, specifically in the Food and Environment Laboratory section. Today, I'll give you a brief overview about the section services and the test methods we're offering in the section at our different units. Okay, I think the pointer is not. Okay, so to start things from the beginning, let me give you a brief overview about Dubai Municipality vision and mission. Dubai Municipality vision is to develop a happy and sustainable city, while the mission is to plan, develop, and manage an excellent city that provides the essence of success and sustainable living. To move on, now I'll give you an overview about the food and environment section as a whole. And later on, I'll be speaking about each unit separately in my next slides. So to get the overview of our section, we come under Dubai Municipality, as you may be aware, under the umbrella of environment, health, and safety control sector. Then comes the department, Dubai Central Laboratory, and then our section, Food and Environment Laboratory section. As you can see here in the chart, we're having 4 different units in the section. The sample management unit, where we receive and distribute samples. The environment laboratories unit, where we analyze water and environmental samples. The food microbiology analysis unit, and the food chemical analysis unit. Okay, so let me speak about some statistics here. As you can see in the chart, we're having total number of 107 employees in the section. About 50% of our employees carry scientific bachelor degree, while 16% of our employees have the master qualification level, and 2% carries the PhD qualification degree. Okay, here, as you can see, we have so many accreditation certificates around the years. Starting with 2001, we got the ISO 9001. Moving on, we got the ISO 17025, the Occupational Health and Safety Certificate of 18001. Until recently, we got the Warsan Accreditation Certificate on ISO 17025. Okay, it's worth to mention that here in the Food and Environment Laboratory section, it is the reference laboratory here to analyze fish and fish product samples since 2002. And also our laboratory is the laboratory which analyzes camel milk samples that are exported to European Union countries since 2010 until today. Okay, here are some numbers. I'll be speaking about the tests analyzed in the section between the period of 2019 and 2021. In 2019, as you can see here in the graph, we analyzed 1,500,000, more than 1,500,000 number of tests. The following year, we analyzed the number of tests slightly decreased. That was due to the pandemic, but still the laboratory did not stop receiving samples and doing test methods even in the lockdown period. And in 2021, number of samples have reached the peak to be for about 2 million number of tests done in the section. Okay, now let me speak a little bit about the section quality. As you can see here in the screen, we're having a total number of 115 accredited SOPs in the section out of 186 SOPs. And regarding the proficiency testing, we're analyzing or we're receiving proficiency testing in the sections regularly around the units. In 2019, we have done 518 tests. In the following year, we did 1,025 tests. And in 2021, the number of tests have increased to reach 1,041 tests in the section. Okay, so now let me speak a little bit about our services in the food and environment laboratories. We do receive food samples and provide services for our food testing samples. And we have environmental services as well. Okay, so regarding our food testing services, as you can see here in the food chemical and microbiology units, we have the food analysis service and its different scopes of methods. We do also the food supplement service. We have also concerning regarding the animal feed, not only the food items, because it indicates the safety of our food products. We do also concern on the food contact material analysis, halal analysis. We have radiation analysis service, shelf life service, environmental interior quality service, meaning taking swabs from different surfaces in the kitchen and food premises to ensure that they work under safe and hygiene areas. We have the gluten analysis service, and also the consultation and training services in the section. Okay, moving next. Okay, so now you're aware about the section as a whole. I'll be speaking about each unit individually, and I'll be starting with the food chemical analysis unit laboratories in the section. So as you can see here, the food analysis unit contains 10 different groups divided into two categories, the compositional group and the contaminant groups. The compositional group is mainly focused on the food composition and label declarations of food items. And most of the SOPs in this group are obtained from the AOAC International, as they are official methods. While the most important group is the contaminant groups that deals with the safety of the food product. We have 6 different groups to analyze natural contaminants, process contaminants, residues, and some other safety aspects in the food item. Okay, so now I'll be speaking about the different test methods we're offering, and I'll be starting with the proximate and composition analysis group test methods. Of course, we have the proximate analysis of different food products to analyze the main composition analysis, such as protein, fat, moisture, acidity, and pH in different type of food samples. Also, we have some test methods dedicated for our honey samples, such as the total sugar, fructose, glucose, sucrose in honey, the HMF content, the electrical conductivity, acidity, and the diastase activity in different type of our honey sample. Moving on to the food additives at its wide range, we have different food additives test methods, starting with the preservatives such as sorbic acid, benzoic acid, sulfur dioxide, and then we have the synthetic food colors. We have the caffeine and sweeteners and the water-soluble vitamins, along with the other food additives in the this group. And then we have the edible oil and fats group. We have different type of food samples, such as butter, margarine, oil, blended oil, oil seeds, to test several methods like free fatty acids, fatty acid profiles, peroxide volume, melting point, and also we're doing test methods for biscuits and chip samples to check the rancidity and the trans fatty acid analysis, as well as the omega fatty acid for egg samples and fish oil samples. And now this concludes the proximate and composition analysis category. I'll move to the contaminant analysis group test method. I'll be starting with the pesticide residues group. So here in the unit, we're having more than 300 compounds of pesticide analyzed and their metabolites, not only in fruits and vegetables, but also in other commodities, as you can see here clearly in the screen. We have cereals, we have milk products, spices, animal tissues, and other commodities, and with the number of pesticide under each commodity. You can find this QR code to scan if you wish to find the accurate list of pesticide residues in Dubai Central Laboratories. So moving next, the most important issue here is the presence of veterinary drug residues in the food items. We are doing different categories of antibiotic and veterinary drug residues here in the group. We're analyzing different classes at very low concentrations by using our advanced techniques, LC-MS. We're having groups of tetracyclines, sulfonamides, beta-lactams, quinolones, non-steroids, and recently we have developed methods on nitrofurans, fish dyes, and corticosteroids. And also the group has developed internal method to analyze 70 compounds of antibiotic in a single run only by using LC-MS at 22 minutes only. And as I mentioned earlier, camel milk is being exported to Europe, is tested within this group to find different veterinary drug residues. Okay, so now I'll be speaking about the heavy metal group. Here in the unit, we analyze the most toxic heavy metals such as lead, cadmium, arsenic, and mercury in different food and food supplement products. We also do the mineral testing by using the ICP-OS and the tin and titanium dioxide in different food samples. And regarding the mycotoxin group, we have different mycotoxin to be tested along with the aflatoxin, the most carcinogenic aflatoxins such as B1, B2, G1, G2, M1 in milk, and other ochratoxins and toxins found in our food products. And note that we have a method to test 10 compounds of aflatoxin at a single run. And recently, as you can see, the group has developed a new method to detect argot alkaloids in our food products. Okay, so now I'll be speaking about the food contact material group. We're not concerned only on the food item, but also in the packaged material of the food item. As you can know, some hazardous compounds can be transmitted from the packaged material to our food. So here in this group, we do several tests for the overall migration and specific migration for monomers. And some important compounds we analyze include benzene, toluene, styrene, and ethyl benzene by using the GCMS instrument. We also have tests for bisphenol and metals migration test from the articles. And also we do the melamine and formaldehyde test by using the UPLC coupled with the PDA detector. Okay, so also in the unit, we have some other tests offered in the unit, such as halal testing. We do test alcohol content in beverages and sauces and other food products, as well as the porcine gelatin in capsules and food supplement samples. We do also in marshmallow and candy samples to detect the porcine gelatin by using the LC-MS. And we have the food second adulteration testing to detect the presence of melamine and cyanuric acid in milk products and infant formulas. We do also the Sudan dyes in some herbs and some spices and other products. And regarding the food supplement testing, we do a PD5 inhibitor test for honey and food supplements. We do nearly about 20 compounds of PD5 inhibitor compounds, mainly including the 4 main PD5 compounds, sildenafil, tadalafil, urdanafil, and vardenafil. We're having also a test for weight loss compounds in food supplements. We do anion testing, nitrate and nitrite in meat products and processed meats, and the perchlorate ion in food products. We do the radionuclides in food also, the tritium in water, cesium-137 isotope in different food items. We have the allergen detection such as histamine in fish and fish products. And we also do the sulfur dioxide using the official AOAC method, international. And process contaminants such as acrylamide and polyaromatic hydrocarbon. Okay, so here in the unit, we're using the most advanced techniques and instruments to achieve the best results with a very short period of time. The unit is furnished with 120 support and analytical instruments. Some examples include the LCMS-MS, the GCMS-MS, ICP-MS, FTNIR, ion chromatography, along with the other advanced techniques. Okay, and now regarding some proposed test methods from the food chemical analysis unit in the near future, starting from this year, 2022, and till 2025, we have so many proposed tests that will be launched in the near future, inshallah, including the aminoglycosides in food, polar pesticide, nitromidazoles in food. We have also the detection of synthetic hormones in food, the detection of lard and oil and other food products. We do have the cholesterol in foods, along with the other future test methods that will be launched, inshallah. Okay, so moving next, I'm done with the food chemical analysis units. I'll be giving you a brief overview regarding the food microbiology analysis unit lab in this section, and the test methods they are offering. As you can see, the hierarchy of the food microbiology unit consists of 4 different groups: the media preparation, general microbiology lab, advanced microbiology lab, and of course the mobile food testing laboratory. Okay, so in the microbiology laboratory, we have 3 main categories for the test. We have the pathogenic category, where we analyze from its name, pathogenic, pathogens and pathogenic bacteria that can cause foodborne illnesses, such as Salmonella, Listeria monocytogenes, Campylobacter, the new strain of E. coli 0157, along with other pathogens. And regarding the indicator category, we do some bacteria and along with yeast and molds that may indicate the safety of the food product. And other tests include the detection of pore contaminant by using the real-time PCR. We have the detection of the allergen gluten by using ELISA. We have the detection of gelatin contaminant by using the PCR. And we do the meat adulteration for either raw or cooked by using ELISA. And last but not least, the detection of the main concern nowadays, genetically modified organisms in our food products. I would like to mention that in the pathogenic and indicator, we're using advanced techniques and golden classic methods, while in the other tests, we're using molecular techniques. So yeah, here is some list of instruments used in the food microbiology unit. We're preferring the advanced techniques over the traditional methods to decrease the amount of time and efforts and to obtain accurate and precise results, such as MDS, VIDAS, PCR, ELISA, BACS, Petri films, along with some other techniques. Okay, so next. Okay, yeah, I'll be speaking now about the 4th group, which is the mobile food testing laboratory. Sorry. Okay. So I would like to mention that we were the first laboratory to have a mobile lab that moves around the region to test ready to eat food items. And it was launched at the 30 October at 2018 in the 12th Dubai Food Safety Conference. And as I said, it's going to important events around Dubai to get ready to eat food. Some events that we covered from the laboratory, the Expo 2020 events, we covered the royal weddings, we covered the global village, last exit to analyze sample and obtain results in between 24 and 48 hours. Okay, now some proposed test methods with the food microbiology analysis units between 2022 and 2025 includes detection of allergens in food, detection of bacterial toxins in food such as Bacillus cereus, detection of norovirus, the most abundant virus in food, and we have method development of the existing halal test. Okay, now we're done with the food microbiology analysis unit. I'll give you a brief overview regarding the environment laboratory units and the services we're offering here in the unit. So we offer drinking water analysis service, such as bottled drinking water and bottled drinking water, natural and carbonated mineral drinking water, spring water, well water. And we're having both chemical and microbiological tests for the drinking water. Chemical test includes the trace elements, bromates, nitrates, heavy metals, along with other main parameters, while the microbiological test methods include the total coliform, the sulfite-reducing Clostridia, Pseudomonas, and fecal Streptococcus. Other than the drinking water, we do the non-drinking water. The dental clinic water analysis service, the hospitals, water coming from hospitals, hotels, and swimming pools. We're having also industrial wastewater analysis service in the unit, the marine and discharge marine water to test some important chemical and microbiological analysis. We do the ground and irrigation water service. Other than water samples, we accept receiving environmental samples to test fertilizers, sediments, marine sediments, fish and biota, and hazardous waste analysis service in the unit. Okay, so here's some of the list we're using in the environment analysis unit laboratory. We're using the most advanced techniques and instruments such as ion chromatography, the ICP-MS, atomic absorption spectrometry, the real-time PCR, along with other modern techniques. And regarding the proposed test methods in the units in between 2022 and 2025, we're expecting to have the indoor air quality service, the radiation in soil, Legionella by IDEX, and heavy metal in seawater. Okay, it's worth to mention also that the Food and Environment Laboratory section contributes to Dubai Plan 2021. And to give you a brief idea regarding Dubai Plan 2021, it describes the future of Dubai through holistic and complementary perspectives, starting with the people and society in Dubai. And the plan is categorized into 6 important themes, which highlights a group of strategic developments in Dubai. So our environmental laboratories contributes in the plan through the place theme, the green one, the place theme, to help in achieving a smart and sustainable city. So we set a number of KPIs, 4 main KPIs, and try to fulfill these KPIs, such as the groundwater quality, marine water quality, soil quality, and sanctuary quality. And we received number of tests during 5 years. For example, we received 910 tests for the marine water quality. 917 samples received with the 9,470 number of tests done. And in total, we have done 21,541 number of tests to try to achieve these KPIs. So I would like to mention that here in the section, we're offering external trainings for interested parties, either individuals or sectors. We do trainings for university students around the UAE at different education levels for the bachelor, master's, and PhD students. We do supervise their work for their projects. And we have trainings with the other municipalities and sectors such as Sharjah Municipality, Ras Al Khaimah Municipality, and Army Forces in Abu Dhabi. We also welcome trainees outside from the UAE from different countries. And we do instrumental trainings, method and SOP training. We have fixed program of trainings, and also we do trainings as per the client's need. And here you can find a QR code if you would like to have a look on some programs we've done to the interested individuals and sectors. And of course, we are concerned on the in-house training for our employees. We do concern that our employees have the highest qualification and get trainings from different fields here. We do orientation for new staff at different laboratories to gain knowledge about, to be aware about our services. We do method and SOP trainings for new methods and for our staff to ensure that they're doing the method at the best practice. We have training with the other departments as sections such as safety trainings, quality trainings, along with the other important trainings. We do training program outside the UAE to gain the best practices and to learn from experts at different fields. We do, of course, the revalidation programs for employees after taking the long leave, also to ensure that they're having the highest qualification levels. So thank you very much. Here you can find our contact details, and I will leave the floor for questions if you have.
No, totally. It's an amazing presentation, and truly showcasing the comprehensive nature of the hazards that you cover. And also the way you are open to modernization and development of the structure. So congratulations on the great work that you're doing, but also on the projects that you are contemplating for the future. And we're really hoping that we're going to forge some collaborations with you, and that you are going to be an active member of Arab AOAC, inshallah. That's what we are hoping to have. We're going to open the floor to questions from colleagues on the line. Are there any questions on the line? Just to see if there are any questions so far. Regarding allergens, I guess we have a question regarding allergens. Are there any specific allergens that you are focusing on in particular? You've mentioned allergen testing, but for the, I guess for the non-mobile lab, you mentioned mostly histamine and basically, I think sulfites analysis. But you did not mention any proteins. So essentially, peanut, hazelnut, gluten, etc. Is that in the plan, or you? Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Farida Al-Amadi, Head of Food Microbiology Analysis Unit. And I'm happy to be here. It's a good experience, really. Regarding the allergenic food, we began developing our methods, as you see, from last year. And this year, we already launched the new service of gluten testing. And as also my colleague, she said that we have also histamine and other tests in chemistry sections. Maybe Ms. Fatma will give you a brief idea about the chemistry. And as we said, we are going to develop other things in the coming next year. As you see in our proposal for next year's, we are going to develop our allergenic food. So we begin with the gluten, we have the histamine, and we are going, inshallah, to improve it and to add more tests. Always we are aimed to develop, even if we have any method, we develop our methods and we always be sure to have, for example, not only one method, because we know the people, the customers now requiring many kind of methods. It's depend on which country they want to export their product. So we always having another methods like plan A, plan B, plan C, in order to for the sustainability of our test and continuity, and also to achieve whatever according to our customer requirements. Yes.
And I guess actually it was one of my questions as well. I was going to be asking about the future of allergen testing that you have. Any other questions on the line? So what kind of tests are done to ensure there will not be dangerous health issues due to continuous use of benzene cups to drink hot beverages or hot water? So I don't know. I think this is in relation to food contact material. Yeah, food contact material.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Fatma Saeed with you, head of chemistry unit. Regarding benzene test and this one, we are doing overall migration for that one. Yeah, we have the test for that one, for the cups and this one. And we have also specific migration for the metal migration and this one all, as Al-Unood mentioned for that.
Offered us a great introduction about getting to know more the laboratory structure, the laboratory infrastructure, the capacities and competencies in the region. And this is going to be a starting point for the continued discussion. I think actually we've reached a point where a health break is warranted just by biology, I think. So I'm going to be suggesting to have a 15-minute health break, and we're going to be coming back with essentially the discussion part. In fact, for colleagues that are joining us online, I'm going to ask you a favor. If you do not mind relabeling yourselves by writing at the beginning of your name the country that you are from. We understand that this is not an official representation of the country, but simply to know from which country you are and which laboratory and which country you are from. So generally, you can access that if you click on your name on the participants list. You will be able to, under the more section, you will be able to rename yourself. So please put your country and then dash and leave your name there. When we come back, we're going to be going across the Arab region. Hopefully, we'll see if we have colleagues from Mauritania all the way to Oman, and we're going to give the floor to colleagues and we're going to have a structured discussion. So this is going to be after the break, 15 minutes. Right now in Dubai, it is 1:35 p.m. Dubai time. So we're going to be reconvening at 1:50. Thank you, inshallah. Thank you. عليكم. السلام عليكم مرة أخرى. إذا سنواصل الحديث مع بعض. أنا طلبت من الزملاء الذين يشاركون عن بعد إمكانية أنكم تضعوا في الاسم، يعني اسم كل زميل، أنكم تضعوا البلد الذي أنتم تنتمون إليه، لكن لاحظت أنه لم يتم أي تغيير في الأسماء. يعني طريقة التغيير هو أنكم تأخذون الاسم في البارتيسيبنتس ليست هنا وتضعون، يعني سيظهر لكم يعني اوبشن أنه من الممكن تضيفون تغيير الاسم وتضيفون اسم البلد إذا أمكن ذلك. أوكي. يس محمد، يعني وضعت ليبيا. محمد حميدة وضعت ليبيا. نحن نريد أن يتم ذلك في اسمك لو أمكن يا محمد. أوكي. على كل، إذن right now what we're going to do is we're going to go from west to east. سنمر من المغرب إلى المشرق، وسنقوم بتقديم الزملاء الذين هم معنا عن بعد. لو من الممكن أن الزملاء يقدمون أنفسهم من أي جهة، مثلا من أي مختبر هم يشاركون البلد، وأيضا إذا أمكن حتى أن تعطوا حتى تقديم صغير على المختبر الذي تمثلونه. ربما أبدأ من، هل هناك مشاركين من موريتانيا؟ Do we have colleagues from Mauritania by any chance? And basically إذا كان عندنا مشاركين أطلب منكم أن ترفعوا اليد ثم ستعطى لكم الكلمة. لا أرى أي يد مرفوعة. هناك يد مرفوعة من موريتانيا؟ أوكي، excellent. So هل ممكن أن تعطى الكلمة للزميل أو زميلة من موريتانيا؟ زهرة، أنت من موريتانيا؟
صباح النور. السلام عليكم.
ممكن نضع
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
أنا زهرة من تونس، المركز الوطني للعلوم والتكنولوجيا النووية بتونس.
تفضلي زهرة، نحن ليس لنا ترتيب يعني معين، فتفضلي. من الممكن أن تقدمي نفسك، تقدمين أيضا يعني الجهة التي تمثلينها، نوعية الدراسات، التحليلات التي تقومون بها، وأيضا إذا أمكن حتى أن تتحدثي يعني بصفة مختصرة عن بعض التحديات التي تواجهونها في عملية يعني تحليل الأغذية. فتفضلي زهرة، لك الكلمة.
أنا نمثل المركز الوطني للعلوم والتكنولوجيا النووية بتونس. هو مركز تابع لوزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي بتونس. رئيسة مخبر الكيمياء الإشعاعية. اختصاص المركز هو أصلا القياسات الإشعاعية في الأغذية وفي البيئة وفي كل المجالات، وفي الصناعة وفي كل المجالات. لكن المخبر متاعنا بالتعاون مع الوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية تم وضع تقنيات باستعمال الراديو إيمونيسي في لقياسات الانتيبيوتيك، المضادات الحيوية في الغذاء، وفي نفس الوقت القياسات الإشعاعية في الأغذية. المركز يمثل نقطة معناتها هي الكتابة العامة للوكالة الدولية للطاقة الذرية في تونس. في المخبر متاعنا بالراديو كيمستري لاب بنقيس القياسات الجاما في الأغذية، نقيسوها في السويل، نقيسوها في الواتر، ونقيسوا في نفس الوقت الريزيدو اوف فيترينري دراج في الميلك في الهوني بتقنية شارم 2 سكرينينج شارم 2 تكنيكس. معناتها الغاية والتحديات اللي احنا ناقصينها هي الكونفيرميشن تاع الفيترينري دراج. عندنا HPLC عندنا GC بس ما عندنا سبكترومتر دو ماس. التعاون معنا مع الإخوة العرب بدنا نتعاون في التريننج في الكونفيرميشن بتاع الميثود في الانتر كومباريزن بتاع في ليزاناليز. سوري معناتها يعني شوية عربي على إنجليزي في اللغة بس
ليس هناك مشكلة يا زهرة. يعني حتى لو بالفرنسية سنترجم.
فينا نتكلم يعني فرنساوي. شكرا.
إذا أردت يعني ليس هناك إجبار، ممكن أن تتكلمي اللغة التي يعني أنت مرتاحة بها.
شكرا. Donc, les techniques d'analyse qu'on fait exactement dans le laboratoire de radiochimie, on est en train de développer les techniques dans la sécurité alimentaire. Et on participe actuellement dans le monitoring national à travers la direction générale des services vétérinaires qui est responsable sur tout ce qui est analyse de résidus des antibiotiques dans la chaîne animale. Donc, tout ce qui est comme le lait, les œufs, les volailles, donc tout ce qui est chaîne alimentaire. Donc, on participe tout ce qui est screening, les méthodes de screening, les résidus des antibiotiques. Et sur le plan radioactivité,
can you give me just Zohra? Can you give me 2 seconds just to do a quick translation? So. Essentially, so the center contributes to the development of food safety techniques, offers also support to the veterinary services in Tunisia, conducts a number of analysis, mostly residue analysis in the animal chain, looking at screening techniques for milk, egg, tissue, egg products. Okay, you can continue. Vous pouvez continuer, Zora.
En même temps, si vous permettez.
Allez-y.
Oui.
Allez-y.
En même temps, on fait le contrôle au niveau d'import-export sur le plan radioactivité par la technique de spectrométrie gamma, les analyses de non-contamination radioactive. Donc, on fait le contrôle s'il y a des radionucléides artificiels comme le césium ou bien l'excès de la radioactivité naturelle par rapport à les normes de l'OMS. Donc, on certifie les échantillons à l'import et à l'export sur le plan radioactivité.
So the center also helps control import and export products, mostly for radionuclides, either for artificial radionuclides or essentially for excess levels of natural radionuclides, and actually certifies samples again for the purposes of import-export. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Zohra, for this introduction. And I guess I note that the aspects that you've mentioned, and I'm taking notes right now, but perhaps I'm going to start actually sharing my screen here. I'm going to start basically taking some notes, and I don't know if I'm able to do that. Yes. I'm going to start taking some notes on the basis of the input that is provided on the challenges. And the first challenge that Zohra mentioned was mostly access to equipment. And mostly you mentioned LC-MS techniques,
yes.
But also you mentioned training.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're good. for that, I guess we're going to move maybe to another colleague who is now just to stop sharing. Okay, good. So we're going to move on to another colleague. Is there anybody from Morocco? We didn't find anybody from Mauritania. Is there anybody from Morocco? هل هناك زميل أو زميلة مشاركة من المغرب، من المملكة المغربية؟ No? Nobody from Morocco? Okay, so we're going to move to Algeria. زميل أو زميلة من الجزائر. Not seeing anybody from Algeria. Okay, I guess I'm going to continue with Tunisia. I think we have more colleagues from Tunisia. أعتقد أن هناك أكثر من زميل أو زميلة من الجمهورية التونسية. فلكم المجال. ربما هناك كم من مشاركة أو مشارك رفع يده؟ No. هل هناك مشارك أو مشاركة أخرى من تونس؟ أعتقد إنه في الليست there were more than one person that identified themselves. Nobody else wants to intervene? من فضلكم يعني لو من الممكن ترفعوا اليد إذا كنتم من تونس. رفع اليد, raise hands, and we will identify you right away. Was there anybody that raised their hand? Yeah. So دلال مالكي من تونس. تفضلي دلال.
صباح الخير نسكن.
صباح الخير.
دلال مالكي.
مساء الخير هنا في دبي. I think.
نحن ل11 تويك. دلال مالكي مهندسة في الكيمياء التحليلية واستعمال الأجهزة ومكلفة بالمخابر بالمركز الفني للفلاحة البيولوجية. نحن في طور تركيز مخبر لتحليل رواسب المبيدات ومختلف الملوثات. ممكن معناها هذا الويبينار هذا باش يخلي لنا فرصه ممكن للتعاون على المستوى الدولي لتعزيز معناها المخبر هذايا، باعتبار احنا تويك عندنا الاجهزه التحليليه في الاجهزه الكروماتوغرافيه ومعناها المخبر معناها تم تركيزه وفق بعض المتطلبات من المواصفة الاعتماد الايزو 17025. عندنا هدف معناها واضح، لكن تنقصنا شوية موارد سواء مادية وإلا بشرية باش يبدا معناها المخبر في طور التشغيليه كما يقولوها. معناها سامحوني كان على الواحد على طريقه طرح معناها مهام المركز نتاعنا، خاطر نحن بطبيعتنا الفلاحه البيولوجيه تقوم على تحليل هيك المراقبه والتصديق باش يعطي معناها شهاده المصادقه الا ما تكون ثم مختلف حلقات الانتاج تكون خاليه من مختلف رواسب المبيدات والملوثات وكذلك الكائنات المحاوره الجينيه. معناها هذا هم الاهداف بالنسبه للمخبر اللي باش يقع تركيزه في المركز، وان شاء الله معناها بالتمويلات سواء على المستوى الوطني او على المستوى الدولي يقع في اقرب الاجال ان شاء الله في طور يبدا معناها في الاشغال نتاعه ان شاء الله. هذا جست تعريف دكتور.
شكرا دلال. اذا من ضمن التحديات التي ذكرتيها يعني هي اولا هي تحديات ماديه، بعض التحديات البشريه. هل هناك تحديات تقنية فنية يعني مثلا في إطار validation of methods. I don't know how to say that in Arabic now.
صحيح بالنسبة لنا نحن عندنا معناها خلينا في إطار مشاريع معناها سواء ممولة من سويسرا سيكو موفرت لنا معناها بعض التجهيزات الخاصة بتحضير العينات من سنتريفيجاز و توسكي مانيفولد والكل معناها الحاجات اللي باش نحضروا بها العينات. عندنا جي سي ماس اللي هو سامبل كواد اللي هو جوست نجموا نعملوا به كان 100 ماده فعاله فقط. هو في الفلاحه البيولوجيه لازمنا نفوقوا اكثر من 300 ماده فعاله. على هذاك لازمنا تمويل باش نشروا معناها الكروماتوغرافيه السائله عاليه الجوده بتريبل كوات والا كيتاف باش نجموا نحن نعملوا اكثر من 300 ماده فعاله. وعلى هذاك نجموا نوصلوا معناها تحليل المواد معناها الرواسب مبيدات الكل اللي تويك هيك المراقبه والتصديق تتعامل مع مخابر دوليه اجنبيه اخرى معناها باش تخلي الفلاح عليه اعباء كبيره برشا في التكاليف. هذاك معناها هو الهدف الاول هو باش يكون تركيز المخبر في المركز الفني للفلاحه البيولوجيه مكسب وطني باش يكون زاد يسهل برشا ويساهم في نهوض قطاع الفلاحه البيولوجيه. كما تعرفوا تويك الكورونا معناها باش تقوي انت المناعه نتاع الانسان والكل لازم يكون معناها يبعد على كل مختلف الملوثات والمبيدات. هذه معناها من وجهه نظري زاد وجهه معناها المختصين الكل.
شكرا دلال. اذا يعني انت هنا عندنا يعني تذكير على انه احد التحديات هي التوصل الى امكانيه استعمال اجهزه يعني تمكن من التحاليل المخبريه الدقيقه سواء CMS-MS GC-MS وايضا التاهيل يعني المهني لاستعمال هذه الاجهزه. فشكرا على تدخلك دلال. ربما نبقى في تونس. هل هناك زميل أو زميلة يعيشك أيضا هل هناك زميل أو زميلة أخرى من تونس يريد أو تريد التدخل؟ من الممكن أن يتم رفع اليد. Is there another person from Tunisia? Est-ce qu'il y a un autre collègue de Tunisie qui voudrait intervenir? Wiem Gissouma, Dr. Wiem Gissouma, who is in fact a founding member of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society and also a member of the board of directors from Tunisia. Wiem, تفضلي.
صباح الخير سامويل، صباح الخير جميعا. أنا يعني حتى إني أشتغل في مخبر في تونس، لكن عندي فكرة على التحديات اللي نواجهها كمؤسسة حتى تقييم مخاطر، حتى للقيام بالتحاليل في بعض المنتجات. غالبا ما لا نجد مخبر يكون عنده الاكريديتيشن لاجراء التحاليل، ونلتجأ في اغلب الاحيان الى ارسال العينات الى الخارج. وكذلك يعني من بين التحديات مثل ما قالت الأخت دلال في المداخلة السابقة إنه أحياناً التجهيزات تكون متوفرة. هل الصوت واضح؟
نعم نسمعك ويام. It's okay. Continue.
وأحياناً مثل ما قلت يكون في التجهيزات تكون متوفرة لكن لا يوجد إطارات متكونة على استعمال هذه التجهيزات للقيام بالتحاليل اللازمة. يعني هنا نلاحظ أنه في نقص معرفة باستعمال هذه التجهيزات. في أيضا لازم تكوين الأشخاص اللي يقوموا بالعمل في المخابر لممارسة يعني مهامهم كما يجب، إضافة إلى أنه ثم تجهيزات ناقصة وموارد بشرية أيضا وانفراستراكشر اند ايكيبمنت كله. يعني لازم يكون في أكثر تعزيز لهذه الآليات. شكرا.
شكرا ميام. إذا يعني التأكيد على أهمية التأهيل المهني، إعداد الإطارات، الكفاءات، يعني التدريب capacity building، تنمية القدرات في العمليات التحليلية، التحليل المخبري.
نعم.
شكرا لك. Is there someone else from Tunisia؟ هل هناك مداخلة أخرى من تونس قبل أن نواصل إلى الشرق؟ إذا نمر الآن إلى دولة ليبيا. هل أعتقد أن هناك زملاء من ليبيا معنا؟ فالرجاء رفع اليد والتدخل بتقديم أنفسكم وتقديم الجهة التي تمثلونها، وأيضا ذكر التحديات التي تواجهونها في ميدان التحليل المخبري للأغذية والأعلاف. ليس هناك أي مداخلة من ليبيا؟ الرجاء رفع اليد. نور الدين الرماني من the Food and Drug Control Center بليبيا. Okay. So تفضل نور الدين. الميكروفون لا يشتغل نور الدين. هل ممكن أن تضع الميكروفون الآن يشتغل؟ تفضل.
تحية طيبة للجميع، وشكرا على هذا الإيفنت الرائع، وشكرا لكل الداعمين والمنظمين لهذا الملتقى الرائع. بالنسبة لموضوع التجهيزات، متوفر في ليبيا تجهيزات كافية ولازمة لكل التحاليل، سواء للبستيسايد سواء ل أي كونتامينيشن متعلق بالفود. بس اللي ينقصنا هو الطرق المعتمدة في التحليل وبعض الاكويبمنت الخاصة بالسامبل بريبريشن، سواء لتحليلات البستيسايد أو غيرها من التحليلات. متوفر عندنا الأجهزة في مركز الرقابة على الأغذية والأدوية، وهذا يشتغل على الواردات من الأغذية والأدوية من الخارج والصادرات اللي بتطلع من ليبيا للخارج. ومتوفر في وزارة البيئة أجهزة كثيرة، CMS، GC، ICB، كلها متوفرة الحمد لله.
إذا الأجهزة متوفرة، ربما مرة أخرى يعني بعض الأشياء المكملة، وربما أيضا يعني التأهيل المهني. right أستاذ نور الدين؟ هذا ما يعني خلاصة بالنسبة للتحديات.
هذا التحديات. ينقصنا الستاندرديزيشن للميثودز والفاليديشن.
So that's very important. That's very important. Standardization of methods. So standardization of methods is a key element. So to be able to identify which method to use that will be considered as an acceptable method for a particular analysis from a regulatory standpoint. And the fact that there are several practices، يعني هناك مختلف الممارسات في هذا المجال، يمكن أن يؤدي إلى اختلاف يعني في الطرق التحليلية، وربما أيضا أن يؤدي إلى اختلاف حتى في استعمال النتائج التحليلية. فهنا سنضع هذا الجزء كجزء مهم، لأنه مهمة AOAC وإن شاء الله يعني لما تقوم بهذه المهمة في المنطقة العربية، مهمة AOAC هو المساهمة في موائمة استعمال الطرق التحليلية التي يمكن اختيارها في مجال التحليل المخبري المستعمل يعني في الأمور التنظيمية، في المسائل التنظيمية food regulatory decisions. Okay, so سأضع ذلك كأحد النقاط التي يمكن أن نأخذها. هي النقطة الثالثة، it's standardization of methods. شكرا. إذا نمر الآن إلى هل هناك زميل أو زميلة أخرى من ليبيا تريد أو يريد التدخل؟ الرجاء رفع اليد. No. Okay. Nobody else. بعتقد أنه هناك زميل من المغرب ذكر في الشات أنه كان يتعذر له الكلام لأنه بعتقد أنه الميكروفون لم يكن يشتغل، لكن إذا تم تصليحه. No. Nobody من المغرب مرة أخرى قبل أن نواصل إلى الشرق. أوكي، إذا نواصل إلى الشرق ونصل إلى جمهورية مصر العربية. هل هناك زملاء من مصر؟ بعتقد أنه هناك زميل من الكيوكاب. لو أمكن هناك هناك one hand raised. No, nobody. Oh, he left or left to raise. يجب رفع اليد لكي يمكن التحدث. يجب رفع اليد من فضلكم لتتم عملية يعني المداخلة. يجب رفع اليد. Raise hands. Nobody raised hands. ليس هناك أي مداخلة من مصر. إذا نواصل إلى الشرق ونصل إلى منطقة الشام ربما، يعني لبنان، سوريا etc. So هل هناك مشاركة من لبنان، من الجمهورية اللبنانية؟ Maybe they don't know how to raise the hands because there's no. ليس هناك أي حد. لا أحد يريد التدخل من لبنان. No. Okay. It's oh, there is one. Okay. Joseph توما. تفضل جوزيف. Yeah, please unmute yourself, Joseph. Please.
صباح الخير.
صباح الخير أو مساء الخير من دبي.
جوزيف توما من لبنان. أعمل في مصلحة الأبحاث العلمية الزراعية في مختبر الجراثيم. نحن مختبر معتمد. We are accredited lab. ونحن we are responsible for controlling food import and export بالإضافة إلى الكنترول داخل البلد. We are still using the conventional method. Plus we have VIDAS for more للفحوصات السريعة نستخدمها للسالمونيلا والليستيريا. مشاكل ما في مشاكل بالمعنى المشاكل، بس ليس كما تفضلت الآنسة من دبي. يلزمنا معدات متطورة أكثر تنكون أسرع بالنتائج، لأنه نحن بهذا العمل بحاجة ل4 ل 5 أيام working days. فالفيداس هي بتحل لنا مشكلة السالمونيل والليستيريا، بس نحن بحاجة لكم بعد أكرت أكثر بمعدات متطورة أكثر. وشكرا.
شكرا جوزيف. إذا هنا مشكلة معدات، يعني مشاكل مادية خاصة. شكرا لذلك. فيعني هنا تأكيد على هذا الأمر ما تم ذكره من قبل زملاء سابقين. هناك مداخلة أخرى من قبل
مستر عماد عمور. يعطيكم العافية.
مستر عماد عمور تفضل.
عمون بالنون.
أهلا.
أنا كمان بمصلحة الأبحاث. قبل شوي حكي زميلي والزملاء من كافة الدول. ما راح أرجع عيد يلي انحكى، بس أنا راح أحكي من غير طريقة. أنا بشتغل بمختبر الحليب ومشتقاته، يعني نحن نعمل كنترول للدونري اليمونتير، يعمل كواليتي كنترول لكل شيء بيتعلق بالحليب ومشتقاته، يعني ديري برودكتس. مثل ما كان قال زميلي امبورت اكسبورت والداخل، بالاضافه الى بعض الريسيرش الخاصه لبعض انواع المنتجات الاشباه والالبان الخاصه بلبنان، يعني نعمل فيها ابحاث خاصه فيها. المشاكل ما راح اذكر يلي نذكر، ولكن انا بدي احكي شيء بالنسبه للميثودز عم نستعملها اوقات AOSC اوقات ايزو، وواحد بنلاقي مشاكل بالميثودز it's not very clear and not easy. اوقات بكون في بعض الشغلات بدها تكون more to be clarified. Plus they are not adapted to some food items. يعني احنا في عندنا منتجات dairy products مش موجوده بغير محل، وبالتالي عم نقرا methods adapted لغير منتج، وبالتالي الرو ماتيريال والماتيريال اللي عم نشتغل فيها مختلفه. هذا اللي بدي احكي عنها. ما لا احكي على تريننج واكويبمنت وهول كلياتهم معروفين. بس هالنقطتين حبيت اذكرهم لانه شوي مختلفين عن الباقي، وبالتالي عم نلاقي بهذه الصعوبه. بالاضافه الى بعض الستاندردز نورمز يعني عم نحكي عنها كمان بحاجه هون بلبنان تكون في عندنا النورمز او ستاندردز مور امبليتيود، يعني واسعه اكثر لتغطي كل البرودكتس. يعني في بعض البرودكتس بلس determination more specific للليميت limits اللي نحن على اساسه بنقول conform to the standard or non-conform to the standard، وبناخذ بعين الاعتبار انه ما ننسى انه في عندنا uncertainty measurements تبع اللاب، uncertainty measurements تبع different labs، وبالتالي بتاثر على النتيجه النهائيه اللي تطلع عنا. كل هدول عم نواجههم لانه اوقات عم نضطر ان نحن نقدر الانسرتينتي ميجرمنتس بغير دول بكون هن حاطينها باي لو، نحن ما لنا موجوده باي لو، وبالتالي المختبر بيتحمل المسؤوليه بده يعمل كالكوليشنز اند وات ايفر. بلس عم نحاول ان نعمل تو شير تو بارتيسيبيت ان بي تي تيست، يعني بالعربي المشاركه بامتحانات الجداره يلي بتصير بغير مختبرات. هذا حتى اللي نحن يعني نعرف حالنا وين على التراك بالميثودز بالنهايه، بس not enough. بلس مثل ما زميلي هو بلشنا بالاكريديتيشن بالمايكرو، حنحاول نكفي بغير مختبرات اكريديتيشن يعني الاعتماديه للطرق التحليليه اللي عم نستعملها، لانه ما في غير هالطريقه لحتى نكون عم نشتغل مضبوط ونعرف حالنا انه النتائج يعني results تبعونا are very comparable to any other results in any other international or regional laboratories. وشكرا لكم.
شكرا جزيلا. يعني هناك نقاط مهمة تم ذكرها تضاعف يعني adaptability of methods to food commodities that are produced and consumed in the region. يعني the methods may be developed for matrices that are different from the ones that will be used here, and being able to do that extrapolation is important. I think you mentioned at some point the way to interpret the acceptability of results and having some additional guidance in that regard. Aspects related to anything that will support accreditation of labs, so essentially the enabling environment to accreditation of labs, including the access to PT, to proficiency testing programs. So these are a couple of things that I would like to add based on the intervention of our colleague from Lebanon. شكرا جزيلا. ونرى هل هناك مداخلة أخرى من لبنان ربما قبل أن نمر إلى بلد آخر؟ الآن سأذكر مجموعة من الدول مع بعض. هل هناك مداخلة من سوريا، العراق، الأردن أو فلسطين؟ لو هناك مداخلة من أي من هذه الدول الرجاء رفع اليد وستعطى لكم الكلمة. إذن ليس هناك أي مداخلة من هذه الدول. ربما نسيت دول أخرى قبل أن أمر إلى دول الخليج. أعتقد أنا أحاول أن أتذكر الجغرافيا ربما. السودان ربما يعني لم نذهب إلى الدول العربية في إفريقيا، السودان، الصومال، جزر القمر، جيبوتي أيضا. هل هناك مشاركة من أي من هذه الدول؟ يعني أنا أذكر by the way الدول التي سيتم إدخالها في هذه يعني في السكشن، يعني في هذا الجزء من AOAC International. فهل هناك مداخلة من السودان؟ Wait actually أضيف مصر، ربما نعطي فرصة أخرى للزملاء في مصر. إذا مصر، السودان، جيبوتي، الصومال وجزر القمر. رجاء رفع اليد إذا كانت هناك مداخلة. No. Okay. So إذا نذهب إلى دول الخليج الآن. يعني هل هناك زملاء آخرين من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، من دبي أو من خارج دبي؟ رجاء رفع اليد. Okay. No. Okay. Actually, is there another intervention from here? Anybody wants to intervene from here, from the room?
We are all from Kudlab, I think.
Yeah, but you are still you are agreeing, but there is. Okay.
We are with you.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. إذا ربما هل هناك مداخلة من المملكة العربية السعودية؟ No. Okay. نمر. هل هناك مداخلة من الكويت، البحرين، قطر، عمان واليمن؟ I'm gonna mention everybody. Yes, all the region.
Maybe they are, but they don't want to.
Okay. So بعتقد أننا يعني أخذنا كل المداخلات على الأقل من الزملاء أو الزميلات الذين يعني طلبوا. هناك يعني بعض الزملاء أيضا ذكروا أنهم لهم مشاكل فنية فقط لإمكانية التدخل، فنعتذر لذلك. فنقوم ربما بتلخيص ما تم ذكره إلى حد الآن فيما يخص التحديات. يعني ما ذكرناه لحد الآن. هناك إمكانية التوصل واستعمال الأجهزة الحديثة، خاصة التي تمكن من التحليل المخبري الدقيق، على سبيل المثال CMS، لكن يمكن أن تكون أجهزة أخرى. فهذا يعني تحدي تم ذكره من أكثر من مشارك. أيضا تنمية الكفاءات والقدرات، التدريبات التي يمكن التوصل إليها يعني للتحصل على الكفاءات اللازمة في التحليل المخبري. هناك مسألة موائمة الطرق التحليلية للغذاء والأعلاف، so standardization of methods، وكيفية اختيار هذه الطرق التحليلية المعتمدة. يعني هو ربما نضع ذلك في كيفية اعتماد الطرق التحليلية التي يمكن استعمالها في أمور تنظيمية. النقطة الموالية هي موائمة الطرق التحليلية لمواد غذائية يتم إنتاجها أو استهلاكها في المنطقة العربية. النقطة الخامسة التي تم ذكرها هو التوصل إلى هذه ما يسمى بامتحانات الجدارة، the proficiency testing programs، وكل ما يساهم في اعتماد المخبر يعني أو المعمل المخبري. أوكي، اعتماده حسب منظومة ISO 17025. هذا عادة يجب أن يمكن استعمال هذه الامتحانات للجدارة. أيضاً access للreference material يعني المواد المرجعية. وهناك يعني مسائل تم ذكرها أيضاً فيما يتعلق بكيفية التعرف على تقبل نتيجة التحليل المخبري. يعني كيف يمكن تحديد قبول النتيجة، the acceptability of the results. So having more guidance on this particular aspect. So سنضع هذه يعني سندون هذه تحديات كتحديات يمكن العمل عليها في إطار عملنا في ال AOAC Arab AOAC.
ممكن أضيف تحدي آخر يعني
طبعا
النمو السريع في المنتجات الغذائية والتطور الغذائي والبرودكت new product every day you have some new product the region the GMO all these things هذا يعني هذا التطور السريع يخلينا يعني we need more standard we need more SOPs the development الصناعات الغذائية تطور الصناعات الغذائية احنا عندنا فيه تحدي كبير صراحة.
So I'm going to summarize it by adaptation to emerging issues related to food production practices, to innovation. So essentially being able to address innovation. I mean, to give you an example, we will have so many new products that will be coming to the market. You know, these products that look like meat, but they are not meat. You know, all these representative products that essentially are there to address consumer interests. And all these will pose new questions in terms of their analysis, okay? The analytical methods that will be used. Now, Mr. Fatma, standards related, so availability of standards, absolutely. So when you are analyzing, you need to have a target standard that will allow you, in fact, to to give you a reference that you need to aim for. So you need the availability of standards. Okay, that's those are great points.
Can I mention one risk also? Please. Actually, I was discussing with Fatma Said. One of the risks that we face is that when we want to buy what we call contaminant or the standard, for example, for pesticide or heavy metals. So there is something like we have to follow the regulation of the countries. Maybe it is too hazardous, so they not. We have to using a lot of papers, authority papers, to allow us to bring it here. So one of the challenges is
access to standards. Absolutely, access to standards. يعني إمكانية التحصل على هذه المواد المرجعية حتى the standards يعني not even the reference material. We're talking really about the standards. I don't even know how to say standards بالعربية. المواصفة no, but no. The analytical standards. Yeah. Okay. So those, I mean, like for example, I mean, this is something that is quite important. Natural toxins are very hard to get, amongst other things. You mentioned pesticides, but natural toxins can be extremely. So being able to have something at the regional level that will allow you easier access to these materials will be a way, to alleviate these challenges.
Wiam would like to.
Okay, Wiam, please. You would like to have an intervention, please.
Thank you, Samuel. I wanted something about the analytical capacity. القدرة التحليلية خاصة في حالات الطوارئ مثلا، والتعامل مع بعض الملوثات الغير روتينية، يعني الغير متعودين انهم يراقبوها بشكل روتيني، والتي تكون يعني في الغالب في حالات الطوارئ، وتكون كمية التحاليل هامة جدا.
Okay, excellent, Wiam. So I'm gonna actually try. Basically, this will offer also a translation for other colleagues. So it's really the capacity to respond to emergencies, the capacity to address non-routine analytical requirements, including the capacity of having a surge capacity, to increase the capacity of analysis to have a higher throughput of results. Because as you know, when you are facing an emergency, you need to generate so many results, so many tests in a very short period of time, and you need to address the surge capacity. So these, in fact, offer opportunities of collaboration, and that's what, a section of AOAC, hopefully in the region, will help create, will help nurture. Now, before we leave maybe the priorities and the challenges, we prepared a couple of polls. So I'm gonna run these polls in the system. So I guess those who are in Zoom will be able to run the polls electronically. Colleagues who are in the room, they will go through the poll maybe verbally, okay? The idea is actually to have maybe an indication, and we'll see if the polls, by the way, we're testing the technology. It doesn't mean that we're going to be successful, but we're going to try that, okay? So the first poll is aiming mostly to identify the priorities in hazards, yani the target analytes, okay? The target analytes. If there are so many things, I mean, again, mashallah, Dubai, the Dubai municipality, the Dubai Central Laboratory is covering so many analytes, okay? Now, we put here at least about 10 priorities, I think, that are listed here. And we're going to have maybe other priorities subsequently. So we're going to put them in two sets of questions. So we would like you to indicate from the list here which ones that are, constitute a high priority for you. We listed mycotoxins, heavy metals, pesticides, veterinary drug residues, trace elements, nutrients, allergens, bacterial pathogens, foodborne viruses, and BSE. So I would like to see basically a survey. If it's all, you can click on all. So would like to see, in terms of prioritization, يعني من مشغولاتكم من اهتماماتكم ما هي أهم التحديات أهم الاهتمامات going from mycotoxins all the way to BSE. So, mycotoxins here. Heavy metals for sure. Pesticides, I'm not able to do it myself. I don't know what's going on here. So
I didn't allow the panelists.
No.
I'm doing. Doctor, can I add something that not within the list? Actually, nowadays, you know that the organic food is very important for a lot of our customers, even for us. That we receive a lot of customers that how we know that this food in the market is really organic, and the organic is started from the farm until the table. So for us as a lab, we just maybe you can do a pesticide, for example, as indicate, but it is not that
for everything.
Yeah, so maybe you can add this in the list as well.
So I'm putting basically organic testing. So it's in the category of other here, and it's good to know the other. So I guess actually what you're looking for is non-targeted testing for organic foods, because the other ones are targeted, like pesticides is targeted, vet drug residues is targeted, additive is targeted, So here we're talking about non-targeted testing for organic foods. I'm rating that, okay?
We have 10 votes until now.
We have so far only 10 votes. Bacterial pathogens are of importance. So all the responses are being recorded by AE over there.
Virus as well.
Foodborne viruses.
Viruses not that much here.
No.
Virus is mostly in case of food poisoning cases.
Okay.
And in our country, we don't have many cases.
You don't have many cases here. Okay.
So because of this, we are studying that we will establish a lab or no. This is in a process that we are going for best practices and this to see if it's required to do, or otherwise we will do, for example, subcontracts or something. Because I cannot establish a lab for viruses and many requirements and cost and the staff and training, and I will receive, for example, in the year 1 sample.
Limited, yes, limited number. Okay, excellent. So foodborne viruses here is not really a big issue. Okay, good. How many people voted so far? 11. Allergenic food.
Now it's very people are very concerned about the allergenic food.
Okay, yeah. Allergens, I think, is definitely an area both for domestic production, but also for import-export is an important element. And being able to cover all the allergens, because right now I think you're covering mostly the chemical, they're not even allergens by the definition of allergens. They are more agents of intolerance, like sulfites and histamine. But essentially the allergens related to protein allergens, those are the ones I think will need to be looking at some attention. Okay, how many voted so far? 14. So 14 out of 56, we have a very low rate of participation, colleagues. So I'm going to ask you to please vote. Please. I'm going to give you a few more.
The poll is not working. Sakina is saying that the poll is not working. Sakina, it seems to be working. I don't know. Can you try again, if you don't mind?
We're at 17 now.
17 now. 17 votes. So
the other one,
the other ones. So the second list that we put food contact material. So we are discussing, in fact, the priorities of hazards for the region, where essentially there is attention to develop analytical methods, to validate methods, and so on. So we put food contact materials. That's one element. Persistent organic pollutants. Basically, here we're talking about dioxins, furans, PCBs. So those are chemicals that generally, by the way, are important to monitor on a regular basis because their health impact is more on a chronic basis. So these are generally related to environmental contamination, and then the environmental contamination transfers to food. And in fact, food is a major source of exposure. So just for you to know, food is the major source of exposure to PCBs. Food is the major source of exposure for dioxins and furans. And I think actually also, depending on the jurisdictions, it may be the major source of exposure for flame retardants, like PBDs, polybrominated diphenyl ethers, as an example. So these require complex analytical methods, okay? And, it's good to know. I mean, the methods generally are hyphenated methods. You need to reach very low levels because, again, we're looking at the chronic exposure estimation. The other ones that we listed, the process-induced chemicals. So these are acrylamide, for example, furan, benzene. Benzene may form in, for example, carbonated beverages as a result of a reaction between ascorbic acid. So essentially you have vitamin C related in the composition of the food. And you may have some additives that are present, like, for example, benzoate, sodium benzoate, etc. Under heat conditions, benzene may form. So that's an example of a process-induced chemical. PAHs, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Those are another set of chemicals that form during heat processing. Okay. HAAs, heterocyclic amines, heterocyclic aromatic amines. Those are also another set of process-induced chemicals. So they form generally in food that have a high proportion of proteins, and they are produced under heat conditions. And of course, there is the regular food composition, analytes, protein, fat, etc. And we put others for anything else that we did not mention. So how many participated so far? 21. We're getting close to 50%. I mean, I don't know if I can win. We should
to be represented.
Yeah, to just 50%. So if I can push, for maybe two more participation.
Then process content also 3-MCPD.
3-MCPD, absolutely. It's part of the process-induced chemicals. GMOs. So GMOs, maybe that's in the others. In the others, we'll have GMOs. Radionuclides. Yeah. I did not mention them, okay?
I mean irradiation, food irradiation.
Oh, irradiation. So sorry, irradiation. So indicators of irradiation. Okay, this is, I guess, irradiation depending on the jurisdictions. Irradiation may be considered sometimes as part of the food additive applications, or it can be just regulated on its own. So indicators of irradiation of foods. Okay, I think we're going to stop here and we're going to get the halal testing. Halal testing for the region. Absolutely. Halal testing. Excellent. So these are things that are not listed. Maybe we're going to try to see the results. Can we show the results for everybody? So nanoparticles from colleagues. Nanoparticles. So okay, interesting to see, at least in terms of the high percentages, mycotoxins, heavy metals and pesticides seem to be a key priority for the region, very high up. Bacterial also, my gosh, bacterial pathogen are the highest, in fact, over there. Then we're going to have allergens. Okay, I should be going down actually because there's more here. So, oh my gosh, okay, food contact materials, 76%. Process-induced chemicals, 67%. Okay, others, we mentioned some of the others. So you see that there is, in fact, I would say, kind of a top areas of interest, kind of a first tier, if I can call it first tier, that includes the bacterial pathogens. And then that includes food contact material. And then after that, I will have basically the mycotoxins, the heavy metals, and the pesticides. The second tier maybe contains, I would say, 50% and less, or 50+%. So allergens, the veterinary drug residues, the trace elements, and then going down to the process-induced chemicals. Well, process-induced chemicals are in the first tier, rather the POPs, and the food composition. Okay, this is, I mean, this doesn't have really a statistical value. We all agree, because it's simply a survey to see the level of interest so far. I guess what I'm finding here is that based on the input that was provided, there is a commonality of view. You know, the challenges seem to be somewhat the same across the Arab region, and this is hopefully will be taken into consideration as part of the priorities that will be examined upon the creation of the Arab section of AOAC. Okay, I think actually we've reached a good discussion there. Very thankful to all colleagues who participated, both from here, from the room, but also from the virtual means here. I am told that our colleagues, the senior leadership team from AOAC International, have joined us, I believe, exactly on time. So in fact, 1 hour before the end of the meeting, I've joined it even before that. And this will be an opportunity, in fact, to participants in this webinar. If you are a participant in this webinar, you expressed interest in shaping the future of the Arab section of AOAC International. And this allows us to give you the opportunity to meet with the senior leadership of AOAC International, to hear more about AOAC, and maybe even to ask your questions to the senior leadership of AOAC International. I don't know if it's possible to see on the screen the various participants from the senior leadership team. Okay, I see David Schmidt is with us, Executive Director of AOAC International. We have Tony Lupo, who is the current President of AOAC International. And also, I see actually that Palmer, you are identified as Tony Lupo, but that's okay. So, Palmer is the Deputy Executive Director and also the Senior Science Advisor. I don't have your exact title. Sorry, Palmer, you'll introduce yourself in a better fashion than I'm doing so far. So I'm going to give you the floor, David, Tony, and Palmer, to really introduce yourselves and introduce the organization to our participants. Thank you for being with us so early. I don't know what time it is in DC. I think it's 6 a.m., right?
Yes, good morning here from Washington. So we are up bright and early this morning, and Sam, we really appreciate the invitation and hope the meeting has gone well today. We are very excited about the impending formation of the new Arab section of AOAC International. It would be our 19th section. So we hope to make it official in about 3 weeks when our board meeting, chaired by Tony, will be taking place in Gaithersburg, Maryland on March 14th. So we hope to make things final then, and then hope to join you in the near future for your official launch. So just really excited about the potential, and appreciate so much the work that Sam is doing on the foundation side to get you set up, and appreciate all of you and look forward to meeting you in person in the near future. We wanted to give you an overview, and today I think we're featuring two of the scientific leaders of AOAC, and of course, as Sam said, the true leader is Tony Lupo, who was elected by all of the 2,300 members of AOAC as their president. And Tony brings tremendous energy and insights into the leadership of our board. Tony is also the Senior Director of Technical Service with the Neogen Corporation based out of Michigan. And then I'm also very excited to have my colleague, Dr. Palmer Orlandi, who joined us just over 3 years ago after a long career at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And he brings tremendous experience and wisdom to our programs and leads our scientific team and programs, which is really the heart of our organization. So I'm going to let them have the majority of the floor, and we can find out who the real Tony is during their presentations. But I think I'll start by introducing Tony Lupo, who is the president of AOAC International, and let you and Palmer coordinate from here. So thank you.
Thank you for the kind words, David, and thank you, Sam, and to the entire group there. It's really we're honored to be able to participate in your meeting, and very, very excited. Just to echo David's words, to have the team join in as a official section of AOAC. I know that's been a lot of hard work in the making, but you've been a very strong advocate, Sam, and clearly for good reason. There's tremendous mutual opportunity on behalf of AOAC in the section, and so it's incredibly exciting for us to be able to welcome officially here at the mid-year meeting. I don't think I could expand upon my introduction any more kindly than David already has, and so I won't belabor that. Palmer, did you have any words before we began?
No, I think both you and Dave said it all. This is really exciting for us. From the little that I heard from the time that I joined prior to this, we have a lot in common, both in what you identify as your challenges, and we have already identified as areas to either move into or are already working. So this is an exciting time for us. Thanks.
Fantastic. Well, we've prepared some basic slides to walk through some of the current programs within AOAC, and Palmer and I will kind of walk through those together. And then we wanted to obviously save as much time as possible for some questions afterwards, as I'm sure the folks in the room might have some specific questions that they might want to ask. So I'll go ahead and pull up share content on the slide deck. We are. Hopefully that's coming through okay. Excellent.
Thank you, Tony.
So just to sort of jump right in, and many of you have already seen some of this content before, so we won't spend a tremendous amount of time unless there are specific questions in and around sort of the history of AOAC. We really sort of dive into many of the core programs that we're currently working through. If we kind of look at all of the individual products, programs, and services that compose what AOAC is able to provide, they range from the Technical Division for Laboratory Management, or what we call TDLM, which offers insight into laboratory auditing and so forth. We are the offering of the certification of testing methods, both from a performance tested standpoint, as well as from an official methods of analysis standpoint. And then a lot of what we'll talk about will be a lot of the stakeholder programs, which are really geared in and around finding a solution for a specific need and really kind of that holistic approach to finding a solution to a specific need. Everything from what should the standard performance requirements of any given method be? Does that method meet those performance requirements throughout the world? Because as we know, in a global economy, there's going to be varying needs that will need to be met. And then implementation of those methods when it comes to the use of reference materials and proficiency programs. So very much a holistic approach to not only calling for methods, but really first assembling a group of subject matter experts to determine what those method performance requirements need to be in order to serve a global community. Many of the approaches to methods and support from a regulatory compliance start with just that. It's establishing those cooperative partnerships between academia, between regulatory, and between industry to really sort of determine what those needs are on a global basis, and assembling that group of stakeholders together in a neutral and impartial way that AOAC can do in order to really sort of determine and build upon that subject matter expertise and to gain insight into what a global method or series of global methods would need to be able to do. And building on that, from a government and regulatory perspective, whether it be a specific issue that impacts a one region of the world more than other, or whether it be a specific in more of an international issue, ensuring that those stakeholders have a voice and are present in the room to be able to discuss those needs. The sections play a tremendous role in this, and so if as specific needs are uncovered that will really have that will have impact in the specific region, in your specific region, this would be an excellent opportunity through the section to be able to ensure that those needs are communicated, and that and if there are programs that can be worked through in order to be able to meet those needs, it's an opportunity to really have that voice be direct and be heard through AOAC. And as Sammy knows all too well, many times these regional issues can certainly arise very quickly, and being able to be as responsive as possible to be able to provide industry and regulators those tools necessary to be able to respond to those ever-changing issues is certainly important. But really sort of taking, as we mentioned, a very holistic approach to ensure that what is developed is not only indicative of a global method, but is also sustainable and can be implemented, and does not put undue difficulties on any given part of the world based on reagent availability and so forth. And so many times, a lot of those things are considered during that initial phase. Some examples of AOAC and government agreement provided here, you'll note, excuse me, with the U.S. National Institutes of Health, specifically in the area for methods for dietary supplements, U.S. FDA and standard practices for microbiological methodology and recognition of OMA methods, Department of Homeland Security and standard method performance requirements for biothreat agents, which we'll talk a bit about as well. Department of Defense for those biothreat agents and recommendations on best practices, and then the U.S. Department of Agriculture for laboratory auditing and hemp analysis. And you'll see that there are multiple examples where directly in U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, AOAC official methods of analysis are specified, and that's an area where certainly is an area of pride for us as an organization, to be able to be cited specifically by regulatory community as the arbitrator of truth when it comes to many of these issues that are occurring in food and agriculture today. Another example. When it comes to a lot of the work that is done is really very much built upon the international harmonization and consensus that is built through various organizations and agreements. And a few of those listed here, specifically AOAC and ISO agreement to participate in one another's standards activities on a case-by-case basis was really a big one. I've seen this reciprocity between AOAC and ISO really improve the review and validation of methods, specifically in the area of microbiology, where there had been previous differences in experimental design and various philosophies, to be able to take a method to satisfy both requirements by designing the experiment initially in that fashion has really been a valuable harmonization between the two organizations. The same would be true for the International Dairy Federation, where many of the methods are jointly submitted to Codex by AOAC, ISO, and IDF. And this is for type 2 resolution status. So 15 AOAC final action official methods so far. Engaged in review of methods with Codex on the area of methods of analysis and sampling. And then some work with the Laboratory Accreditation Committee criteria guidance for interpreting ISO 17025, as well as with ANSI accredited ISO TC34 and food products. So there's a lot of participation in and around the global harmonization level as well, not only with ISO, but with Codex, as you can see. And so those really do help to sort of form that overall holistic approach of not only developing standards and then seeking methods in which to validate, but also ensuring that those tools are sustainable and that the regulatory communities throughout the world have the ability to be able to utilize them in many cases for dispute resolution. In addition, other collaborations that are known as of late have really sort of helped to fast track a lot of the work that we've been doing in certain specific methods areas, which has been very helpful. You may have heard of recent memorandums of understanding with the African Organization for Standardization, which is a big recent one that has been done, as well as with the Retail Manufacturers Alliance in the area of nutraceuticals, over-the-counter pharmaceuticals, and cosmetics products, as well as with Land O'Lakes Venture 37, which is a fantastic project that is really sort of in its early stages, but we know will provide tremendous opportunity for the development of methods and validation of methods in developing countries. And so a lot of very exciting work in this area. When it comes to industry engagement and support of those methods, this is really sort of leads into the programs discussion that we've talked about. Some examples of this would be, really you'll notice there's a commonality here that every one of these programs starts with a specific need. And you can see some examples listed here. So in the area of AOAC and Codex type 2 methods for nutritional label claims in infant formula, really this is probably, I would say, one of the crown jewels of the programs as it relates to what we call SPIFAM. And a tremendous number of methods have been developed, reviewed, and published, and many accepted into Codex. And so this is a very significant success story in the area of AOAC programming, and one that we would certainly love to continue to duplicate in a variety of other areas, many of which you'll see that were listed in your initial survey, Sam. So it's good to see this level of alignment. To have some additional examples would be, for example, to have scientifically validated methods for food allergens. And so this, obviously continues to be a global need. There are a variety of methods that are available of varying quality, and many of which will perform well, but not necessarily to a a centrally organized and agreed upon standard. And so getting some standard and consensus built in and around those areas. Heavy metals, another area, drug residues. And so there continues to be a variety of opportunities to continue to build upon. Gluten in oats, and this is a specific issue related to gluten-free foods and oat-based cereals. Validated methods for pesticides and soft drinks, for BPA in beverages and packaged water, to measure trace amounts of ethanol and kombucha. So multiple examples of success stories where programs come in with industry support and really do carry into a variety of different opportunities. Just a bit about our active programs, and then I'll turn it over to Palmer. Currently, our stakeholder panel, our stakeholder program for infant formula and adult nutritionals, we refer to as SPIFAN, which I previously mentioned, again, continues to be very successful for us. Currently in the area of human milk oligosaccharides, chlorates and perchlorates, and vitamin C, having a call for methods. Most recent working group activities in the area of phospholipids and A2 beta casein, which continues to be a growing market that we're seeing domestically here in the United States, but I think it's certainly throughout the world, starting to continue to grow in that regard. Many of the SPIFAN active call for methods you'll see listed here, and obviously for sake of time, I won't list them all individually, but as you can see, there's a significant number of methodologies here that continue to show the productivity and an opportunity that this group can bring to that particular area of the food industry. In addition, some of our CAS programs in the area of monitoring various targets, chemical and biological and hemp. And so this has been a very successful program that has been in need for some methodology to help the regulators to be able to maintain safety and quality in that area. Food authenticity methods programs and being able to put methods in place that will assist in the detection of economic adulteration has been a fantastic field and continues to grow. And I find this one particularly fascinating on a personal level. So this one's of great interest to me. Multiple working groups right now, both for non-targeted, but also targeted testing and molecular applications as well. Working in spices and botanicals. Currently, you'll see vanilla, turmeric, and saffron as being a focus area there. Also with emergency response guidance. So when this specific comes into play is when there's an implementation of standards or methods that are principal in emergency situations. If there's an area that has a direct impact on health and safety of the consumer, it allows AOAC to be able to mobilize quickly to be able to call for methods and put something in place that will help to solve that issue on as fast a basis as possible to limit the safety and quality concerns to the consumers. And then the development of tools from a predictive standpoint in the area of machine learning and artificial intelligence. And this continues to be a growing field and one that AOAC is looking to participate at a higher level. And so, as we all know, the methods are really the mechanism by which the data is acquired, and then the ability to be able to manage the value and leverage the value of that data to be able to do some predictive modeling starts to really add, some significant value to those that are using it. And so more to follow on that. You'll see multiple listed methods here for the food authenticity in a variety of areas ranging from honey to olive oil. And so they're really kind of targeting adulterants in high value ingredients to be able to protect both safety and economic adulteration. Gluten and food allergen program, a variety of different areas. And this is one that your host, Sami Godefroy, is certainly well versed in and along with a variety of other experts in this area. This program is really kind of in place to provide to guidance and really to begin to, as I mentioned, standardize the performance requirements for many of the methods out there for gluten and food allergens, everything from the preparation of incurred materials and matrix to the agreed upon standardization and calibration of many of these testing methods, which really have a lot of variance still with them. And so these discussions are ongoing, but continuing to make great forward progress in this area. Stakeholder panels for agent detection assays. This is a very specific area, but one that continues to be historically successful for AOAC, and allows for the call for methods for various biothreat agent indicators, and certainly one that can continue to grow, not only both from a scientific perspective, but from a business opportunity through AOAC. And some additional programs that are getting off the ground and coming soon in the area of rosins, as well as in the area of glyphosates and their metabolites, and chlorates and perchlorates, vitamin C, and human milk oligosaccharides in infant formula. So lots on our plate, but a very exciting time. And certainly the need for fantastic scientists and scientific dialogue from another section is more than welcome. It's certainly needed. With that, I'll turn things over to Palmer and allow him to walk us through AIM.
Thank you very much, Tony, for this great overview of the organization, and definitely we'll look upon Palmer introducing further, actually, the scientific activities of the organization. Please, Palmer.
Thanks very much, Samuel. Greetings, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. One of the things I wanted to add to what Tony just said is that a lot of what we've done has started with specific needs. That seems to resonate, that what we have been doing in the past is being able to really react very quickly. But there is really something more that we should be able to do, and that is to be more proactive, to look over the horizon at what is emerging, and be ready for it, so that we don't have to put everything in place very quickly and hit the ground running, but we can be ready for when the next challenge arises in food, feed, or environmental testing. And so one of the things that was really refreshing to hear when I joined was what some of the priorities that you've identified in the room today, and felt very heartened by the fact that we are prepared to help you address those needs. One of the programs that we'll be launching at our mid-year meeting coming up in 3 weeks is a new program that we call AIMS. It's the Analytical International Methods and Standards Program. And AIMS is the microbiology-centric side to complement some of our other programs. In the past, if you are familiar with AOAC, we had a stakeholder program that was termed ISPAM, or the International Stakeholder Panel for Alternative Methods. There were things that were done very focused within ISPAM to harmonize as much as we can of what criteria are needed to validate methods or to develop new standards. However, in that interim, new challenges have arisen. I heard very briefly that viruses, foodborne viruses, are very important. Well, it just so happens that the starting point for AIMS is going to look at some of the incorporation of new technologies to detect foodborne viruses. Some of the things that we have found is that there are challenges in such microorganisms as viruses and foodborne parasites. They fall into the category of being non-culturable. And so the standards for method detection are a little bit different. The rules are different. You can only be able to test the sample that you have, unlike bacterial analyses where you get to enrich so that you increase your signal. So the idea is, how can we bring the international community together and those subject matter experts to help us define the criteria needed for methods to meet the needs in this area? And so we'll be starting with that very soon. Another project that we're actually very excited about, and it's almost ready for prime time. It should be ready hopefully by about the second quarter of this year, is a botanical and dietary supplement product integrity program. Notice we use the word integrity because it encompasses a variety of different components to it. Most of our programs we term integrative or integrated programs, because it not only focuses on developing consensus standards and methods, but at the same time, it takes into account other needs as well, such as training and education, developing quality testing programs to implement these methods into the laboratories and allow laboratories to feel comfortable in knowing that they can do these methods before they incorporate them into their scope of accreditation and then enroll in proficiency testing programs. And so within this integrated program, we're going to be focusing on training and education, on validation and verification of methods to meet laboratory accreditation requirements. Another project that I think is also consistent with what I heard today is a food additive and contaminant testing program. A cute way of saying it's a fact. This is a slightly different approach than some of our other integrated programs, where this is really a super program, where it is an umbrella program that serves a variety of different needs that encompass food additives. Some of our starting points based on our community needs. Now you are developing as a new section, but we also have a number of communities. These are usually analyte-based communities where subject matter experts get together and talk about concerns. And we use those as our eyes and ears in what needs to be addressed, or some of those challenges that are emerging, so that we can come together to find solutions. To such areas, not quite related to each other, but fall under this umbrella of food additive and contaminant testing, have to do with color additives from natural sources. Naturally, most of the colors that are in the markets right now are synthetic, and there are regulations already in play for that. But what we're seeing more and more is that because of public concern with synthetics and certain types of information that are out there, and more people wanting to go natural, there are challenges that occur by using natural colors in a variety of different food processes. Naturally, they involve microbiology, they involve residual solvents and so forth. And so developing a program around this to address some of the standards for testing for these products and for safety of these products is a concern. On the flip side, also considered a food additive concern is PFAS, perfluorinated alkyl substances. These are principally used in food packaging, but because they are very environmentally a contaminant, they find their way into the food commodities as well. So they are not only just a food contaminant, but they can also be a contaminant based on food contact surfaces. These are just a couple of the new programs that we're trying to highlight at the same time. And in addition, a similar project that has already launched and is actually well underway is a project on acrylamides. This was launched actually a little over a week ago, about almost 2 weeks ago now, and they have already started to advance some of the standard performance requirements needed in call for message for acrylamides in some of the more poignant products, such as chocolates, all high heat related, of course, chocolates, coffee, and biscuits and rusks. A lot of things that affect certain subpopulations, such as young children, toddlers in biscuits and rusks, coffee, for example. And it seems that new regulations seem to be arising either in Europe or through the US or in certain regions of the US through Prop 65, for example, in California, where new requirements for limits of these types of high heat generated contaminants or toxicants can arise. And so you can see that just from this little snippet, we're trying to stay current, and not only stay current, but trying to stay ahead of the game and try to be prepared when new regulations come into play and be ready to work with our regulators at the time that these risks are being identified so that our laboratories, our stakeholders, industry can be ready for when they have to meet new regulatory limits. I think that's the last slide. Oh, one other piece of information that I want to pass on to you. This is a screenshot of our website. And we are always trying to stay ahead of the game, working with our sections, working around the world. Well, where do you find this information? And so I wanted to show you just a couple of areas where you can go to find out a little bit more and stay current. Naturally, you can see that we're advertising very heavily now for our mid-year meeting coming up in 2 weeks. It starts on March 14th, and we're very hopeful that it will be a renewed success in a face-to-face meeting, although we do have a hybrid component for those who are still under restrictions for traveling internationally. So where do you find it? So you go to Scientific Solutions, if you'll click, Tony. Right there, you'll find it. And within Scientific Solutions, one more click, please. You'll find a list of our current programs, such as what you heard through Tony, cannabis, or CASP, food authenticity, a little bit about the Analytical Solutions Forum, and I'll come to that in just a little bit, and all the way down to the new initiatives, which is the second to the bottom of the page there. And when you click on that, that goes to where the new areas are. And that was the last slide, but let me just say to you that that is where you will find our new information, the new projects coming on board, whether it is our botanicals and dietary supplements program. That's where you will find the information about it being launched, how to get involved, what is going to be the focus of these programs. And so what I will ask you as new members of AOAC in the Arab session, to keep abreast of where we're going. And there's always ways to feed back to us. We want to be as closely engaged with our sections as possible, because our communities and our sections are our eyes and ears around the world to find out how we can be proactive and stay ahead of the game. And my last point before I stop is the Analytical Solutions Forum, and that's the fourth bullet down from there. Well, the forum is our way during our mid-year meeting and our annual meeting to introduce those areas, those challenges, those opportunities that our stakeholders are telling us to be prepared for. And so this is where we get feedback from our stakeholders, and we present it to the broader stakeholder community, because we don't want just a myopic perspective. Solutions come from multiple perspectives, from multiple views. and bringing these challenges into an open forum for discussion is where we find the best solutions. And this is our approach. So with that, I want to thank you. And I really look forward to working with you because I think we share the same concerns, the same goals, and see the same challenges ahead. So thanks very much for the invitation, Samuel. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, David, Tony, and Palmer for this great introduction about the organization and for also giving us a flavor of what the Arab section hopefully will gain in being an active member of the AOAC community. I think we have enough time essentially first to open up the floor for any questions from participants, either virtually or here in the room. We have the senior leadership of AOAC International with us. If you have any questions about what you think AOAC could bring more or could offer for the region, please, by all means, ask your questions and or even offer a comment. And then actually we're gonna see in return also what the AOAC leadership may expect from the Arab section for us, again, to be hopefully an active active members of the community, of the food analytical community globally, and to bring really the challenges and the insights of this region to the global group. So, Seem, are there any yes, please.
I have two questions regarding microplastics in food or in water. Do you have any standards or method validation for microplastics?
Okay. Any interests into microplastics? I mean, again, the region, as you know, and it's really an important issue for the region because we use a lot of desalination processes here to produce drinking water. And of course, microplastics are contaminants that we find in seawater and that have a potential, finally, to finding their way into drinking water, into bottled water in particular. So, is this issue high up on AOAC's agenda from a methodological standpoint?
So it's very interesting. About a year and a half ago, during discussions with our ASF steering committee, microplastics did come up as one potential area to move into. We haven't yet decided how to work that program into it, but I suspect that it really does fall loosely within the umbrella program that we're starting with food additive and packaging safety. It certainly is something that is on our radar, but hasn't yet been put together formally into a project.
Omar, I saw that.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go
Sammy.
ahead, Tony. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was
go
just
ahead,
going
Tony,
to
please.
refer Palmer to one of the chat questions related to halal, but let's finish this discussion first.
No, I guess what I wanted maybe to say is that maybe this could be a contribution of the Arab section to take a leadership role in developing methods and essentially using AOAC processes for their validation, for their submission. And in fact, given that this is really an issue that is higher up in the on the agenda of of the region, we could take a leadership role in here. I mean, I think there is the equipment, there is the capacities, the competencies, and we could offer references to the world through, again, AOAC processes. So that's one of the aspects there. So, yes, please.
I see something coming soon with them, like like we have also categories in food, also vitamin C, and even turmeric. We are continuing for turmeric in this one. Train we are doing for that one also. So I guess which one they have coming soon with them, we can also best practice with them can be for that one. Also acrylamide and food and this one. Yeah. Almost our all this method is ready.
So this is great. So essentially, some of the aspects that you have identified as upcoming, Palmer, are really active areas of focus here, at least in Dubai, in the Dubai municipality. And you know, there might be interest in contributing to this effort. I mean, acrylamide was mentioned, a few nutrients as well of interest. You know, food composition aspects are of interest here.
Regarding the added sugar, what exactly of the added sugar on this one?
Okay, questions in relation to the identification of added sugar from naturally present sugar, and I don't know if we cracked that one. Yeah, I'm not sure essentially that there is an immediate analytical solution right now to be able to distinguish the two sorts. You know, the added sugar from the naturally occurring sugar, because from I would say from a composition and a chemical structure standpoint, they tend to be the same. So being able to identify the addition from the natural occurrence is, I mean, there are ways, but it would be really from having a knowledge about the prevalence in a given product and seeing maybe differentiation from the prevalence. So these are perhaps, you know, analytical topics that we can discuss as areas of priority for the region, and seeing again if analytical solutions could be brought to them.
There could be some overlap
Tony,
in the area of
please.
methods for sweetness, but obviously that wouldn't be able to differentiate source. I think that, as you mentioned, Sammy, profiling whether or not the sugar content is consistent with what you would see in a natural source would be probably necessary in that case. But overall sweetness, I know there's initiatives in place that are proceeding right now.
And I guess on the chat, I think there was a mention about halal testing being really an area of importance here, and being able to rely upon validated methods, acceptable methods. This is a big issue for the region, a big area of interest for a number of reasons, and also really a lot of traded commodities that essentially utilize the notion of halal. So here again, you know, I think it can be a two-way street in this area, in the sense that if there are challenges that the AOAC community could help identify and bring the expertise together, but of course, you know, we need to have the support of the stakeholder community as a whole. And I guess we will talk as once the section is created about some of the processes that we can develop in that regard. But also maybe the region can offer a solution for the rest of the world as well, because halal goes beyond the Arab section and might touch upon, you know, other areas of the world. I'm thinking of Southeast Asia, you know, Malaysia, Indonesia, etc., where and there might be actually opportunities of collaboration, because AOAC is going to be welcoming soon also an ASEAN section. So with a high proportion of the population that might have interest to the same issue.
And there's a fair amount of halal interest even in the U.S. And so, you know, there's obviously multiple aspects related to halal. I do know of methods that exist of varying, you know, varying availability and varying quality, but I do know of methods that satisfy the speciation requirements. And those obviously, though, to uncover this need as specific and as you mentioned, Sammy, if there is an initiative that the Arab section is strongly behind, it may be an opportunity to call for some of those methods and put them through a rigorous validation scheme with collaborative performance requirements, because I'm not familiar that that's ever been done.
No, totally agree there. So essentially, again, these are opportunities for us as a section to look at methods of interest that will require that added rigor or that added recognition, and of course for the purposes of standardization as well, and to use the AOAC processes as an avenue for you know, to seek that recognition and to support harmonization as well. I guess maybe I'm going to turn to you, colleagues from Washington, Michigan, from the United States. Maybe what would you look from the Arab section to be an active contributor to the AOAC community as a whole? Or if you have advice that you would give us based on the practices in other sections, the do's and don'ts for new sections information, if you will.
Yeah, well, maybe I can start with that, Sammy. And I think, one of the ways Palmer gave you a good look at our website, and we have a weekly digital newsletter called The Spectrum, which is free to subscriber, and it automatically goes to all of our members. But it's the best way to sort of get a pulse on what's happening at AOAC International broadly, in a nice, short blurbs on various topics. And if you want to delve into that topic more, you can click on the link. And one of the things we list in there is our calls for methods and calls for experts. And our sections are increasingly providing the expertise needed to solve these solutions. It's really kind of an amazing collaboration. There's been books written about our organization called The Great Collaboration, and I think sections are so much a part of that. So you'll see a listing each week of calls for experts where it may be projects that Palmer's group has just started, but we really need new contributions. And sometimes you'll see those repeated and repeated because we're not getting enough experts. So I hope that message is loud and clear, that just what we've heard today, I think a number of you in the room could be experts, and you probably know colleagues that Palmer would like to get to know. So would encourage you to do that. And we can work with Sam to make it easy for you to subscribe to this Spectrum. But if you send any of us on staff an email, it's just the first letter of our first name and then our last name. So in my case, D. Schmidt, DSCHMIDT @AOAC.org, and then you have P. Orlandi. So if you just feel free to introduce yourself, send us a note, and we'll make sure you get on the subscription list. So that's even before you're official, that's a great way just to get in on the pulse of what we're doing. And then otherwise, perhaps Palmer and Tony would have additional suggestions.
Yeah,
I can go ahead, Palmer.
No, please go ahead, Tony.
I mean, from my perspective, I'll only echo David's comments in that the sections are the lifeblood of the organization when it comes to where many of the subject matter experts reside. And so your participation or opportunity to participate in various subject matter expertise panels and to be able to provide guidance and insight with a lot of the methodology work that we're doing is invaluable. And so that, I look at a new section as an opportunity to welcome an entire new group of scientists with a variety of different expertise and experiences to our volunteer organization to be able to push forward many of the programs that we're working on. But in addition, your participation provides unique insight into the Arab region that we are, definitely needing in order to be able to ensure that the methods that we are working through have relevance and value for your region.
Thanks, Tony. Just a couple of pieces of general advice for a news section that's starting out. From what I've seen from sections that are very successful within the AOAC, very active. And so I'll just call to mind just a couple of things for you to keep in mind as you're starting out and growing. You heard Dave mention a little bit about the history of AOAC and what has been termed the Great Collaboration. And the best I can offer you in advice is to mimic that great collaboration. So how do you focus on that? You want to first avoid working in a vacuum. The the success of a great collaboration is to bring as many different perspectives to work towards common goals. And the one area that I think will make both your section successful and AOAC as a whole even more successful is to focus on 3 areas. And in no particular order is engage students, engage the young minds. We're in the middle of a rebirth of sorts on our own. The future of the organization and the success of our sections is actually dependent on how we pass down our knowledge and our organizational skills. So capture those young minds, teach them about applied science and applied science in the food, feed, and environmental areas as they relate to public health, because everything we do essentially is to keep the public safe. It's our role. And the other aspects, engage testing laboratories, hear what they're saying, get their involvement. They are the hands who are doing the work for the other stakeholders. So what are the tools that they need? What are the difficulties that they see? Bring in the food, feed, and environmental industries, the manufacturers, the agricultural concerns. And lastly, keep a seat at the table for the regulators. Because if you're doing one thing and you're working in a vacuum and you're not listening to what is potentially arising in the regulatory realm, then you've already lost time. So work together, find that common ground. That's my bit of advice.
Thank you very much. Appreciated, Palmer. And I think these are very well, thought, points that we need to consider as we are creating this group. And in fact, again, the Arab region is one of the regions of the world where I would say the young population is in the highest proportion of the population. So there is really an opportunity here to interest the young minds into the field of applied science, and particularly analytical science as it is applied to food and agriculture. Definitely, I think with having a key organization being part of hopefully the creation of the section, such as the government of Dubai, the Dubai municipality, other regulators that are in fact with us right now on the line from different parts of the Arab world, we hope definitely to anchor our action with complete direction and insights from the food regulators in the region, and also forge these collaborations. And we hope as well, again, to your point, making sure that the stakeholder community is very much with us every step of the way, the various actors of the food production sector, and I guess the ecosystem of food and agriculture production, including consumer groups, health professional organizations, and so on. So I guess with this, we're reaching the end of this event. We are very thankful to you from AOAC International for agreeing to be with us in this last part of the event. We seem to have kept most of our attendance, I would say, at this, because it's been practically 4 hours. This is in fact the fourth hour of our event. I would like now to reach the point where I express my thanks on behalf of all those who organized this event. Our big thanks go first to the Dubai municipality and to the Dubai Central Laboratory for agreeing to host us today, to host this event and to make it possible. Also for opening the horizons of collaborations, because we've discussed many new projects, hopefully that we will consider implementing in the upcoming period. I would like to thank all the participants from the different parts of the Arab region who joined us throughout the event itself. A big thank you go to the organizations that made this possible, the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, the International Union of Food Science and Technology, Université Laval through the platform of risk analysis and regulatory excellence, and the Institute of Nutrition and Functional Food in Quebec, Canada. My two colleagues that you haven't seen, that have been working behind the scenes from the setup all the way to making this event possible, Dr. Amina Souf, Dr. Eli Bouyazbek, Amona and Bashir. We would never be grateful enough to you for making this possible and enabling us the preparation of this event. And I may have forgotten many others, so my apologies. All those who made this event possible, thank you so much. We hope that we will fulfill the requirements of the creation of the section during the mid-year meeting. And I hope to be with you to make this hopefully concrete and to announce the creation of the Arab section. Thank you very much for the support, and wishing really a good starting point for Arab AOAC. Thank you very much. شكرا والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you for the other show.